Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Imagine living in a world where truth is a rare commodity, a landscape dominated by elaborate fabrications and deceit. You never know when the next lie will surface, leaving you constantly on edge, questioning every word and action. This is the world created by a pathological liar, an individual whose web of deceit permeates every aspect of their existence. They don't just lie occasionally. Their falsehoods are a constant, insidious presence. Unlike the occasional fib most people might tell, pathological liars thrive on manipulation, weaving intricate stories that distort reality. They present themselves as trustworthy and reliable, but beneath the facade lies a sinister intent. The deception is so convincing that it becomes difficult to discern what is real. The constant uncertainty destabilizes those around them, creating a climate of confusion and mistrust.
As Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught, integrity and honesty are the bedrocks of a virtuous life. Pathological liars erode these foundations, making it essential to recognize and address their behavior. Their deceitful actions demand vigilance and discernment to protect yourself and maintain your peace of mind. It's crucial to understand how to navigate interactions with such individuals. Here are 10 powerful ways to deal with pathological lying, grounded in wisdom and the principles of Stoic philosophy. Number 1, recognize the signs.
Recognizing the signs of pathological lying is the first step in protecting yourself from the corrosive effects of deceit. Unlike occasional falsehoods, pathological lies are pervasive and woven into the fabric of the liar's daily interactions. These lies are often elaborate, detailed, and constructed to create a convincing narrative. The pathological liar may present themselves as trustworthy and reliable, but inconsistencies will start to surface over time. Notice if their stories often seem too good to be true, frequently contradict themselves, or lack verifiable details. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught that we must be vigilant and discerning, grounding ourselves in reality to see through deception. By remaining observant and questioning the veracity of their claims, we begin to peel away the layers of falsehood and reveal the truth. This recognition is not about becoming paranoid or overly suspicious, but about developing a keen sense of awareness. The path to wisdom and integrity starts with the ability to distinguish truth from falsehood, and recognizing the signs of pathological lying is a crucial first step in that journey.
Number 2, set clear boundaries. Setting clear boundaries is essential when dealing with a pathological liar. Boundaries serve as a protective barrier, safeguarding your integrity and emotional well-being. Pathological liars often test limits, seeking to manipulate and control situations to their advantage. By defining what behavior is acceptable and what is not, you establish a firm line that cannot be crossed. This act of setting boundaries is a testament to your self-respect and commitment to truth. Epictetus emphasized the importance of self-control and maintaining one's principles. In dealing with deceit, it is imperative to be firm and consistent with your boundaries. Clearly communicate your expectations and the consequences of crossing those boundaries. This clarity not only protects you, but also signals to the liar that their behavior is unacceptable. It is a demonstration of your resolve to live by the values of honesty and integrity. Remember, boundaries are not about punishment. They are about self-preservation and maintaining a healthy environment where truth can thrive. Number 3, seek evidence. In the face of pathological lying, seeking evidence becomes a vital practice. Verifying claims and cross-checking information are tools of discernment that help you navigate the web of deceit. Pathological liars rely on the assumption that their stories will be accepted without question. By seeking evidence, you disrupt this assumption and bring truth to the forefront. Epictetus taught that we should seek clarity and truth in all things. This principle is especially relevant when dealing with deceit. Take the time to investigate and validate the information presented to you. Look for corroborating details and consult reliable sources. This process not only protects you from being misled, but also exposes the patterns of deceit. Over time, the liar's fabrications will unravel under the scrutiny of evidence. This practice of verification aligns with the Stoic commitment to wisdom and integrity, reinforcing your ability to stand firm in the face of falsehoods. Number 4, communicate directly. Addressing the issue of pathological lying directly is crucial. Confrontation, when done with calmness and clarity, can be a powerful tool in managing deceit. The pathological liar know that their behavior has been noticed and is unacceptable. Epictetus encouraged direct communication and the pursuit of truth. Even in challenging situations, approach the conversation with a composed and resolute demeanor. Express your observations and concerns without anger or accusation. The goal is to make a liar aware that their deceit is not going unnoticed and that it has consequences. This direct approach can sometimes prompt self-reflection and change in the liars. However, it's important to manage your expectations and understand that change may not occur immediately. By communicating directly, you assert your commitment to honesty and integrity, and you create an environment where deceit is less likely to thrive. This practice aligns with the Stoic values of courage and wisdom, empowering you to uphold the truth. Number 5, limit interaction. Limiting your interaction with a pathological liar is a protective measure that helps preserve your mental and emotional well-being. Continuous exposure to deceit can be draining and destabilizing. By reducing the amount of time you spend with the liar, you minimize their influence over you. Epictetus advised us to be mindful of our associations, recognizing that the company we keep can impact our virtue and tranquility. Distancing yourself from the pathological liar does not mean avoiding them entirely, but being strategic about when and how you interact. Choose your encounters carefully and maintain a certain level of detachment. This practice helps you stay grounded in your own values and reduces the chances of being caught up in their web of lies. Limiting interaction is a way to safeguard your peace of mind and maintain your commitment to truth and integrity. It is a demonstration of self-respect and wisdom, aligning with Stoic principles of self-preservation and discernment. Number 6, maintaining your integrity is paramount when dealing with pathological liars. It is easy to be swayed or tempted to retaliate with deceit, but Stoic philosophy teaches us to rise above such inclinations. Epictetus emphasized the importance of living in accordance with our values, regardless of external circumstances. Your integrity is a reflection of your character and commitment to truth. In interactions with a pathological liar, remain steadfast in your honesty and principles. Do not stoop to their level or engage in similar behavior. By upholding your integrity, you set a powerful example and reinforce your own moral compass. This steadfastness not only protects you from the corrosive effects of deceit, but also fortifies your sense of self. Maintaining integrity requires courage and resilience, but it is the cornerstone of a virtuous life. It allows you to navigate interactions with confidence and clarity, knowing that you are true to yourself and your values. Number 7, educate yourselves. Educating yourself about pathological lying and its underlying causes can provide valuable insights and strategies for dealing with deceit. Understanding the psychological aspects of this behavior can help you navigate interactions with greater wisdom and empathy. Pathological lying is often rooted in deeper issues, such as personality disorders or past traumas. By learning more about these factors, you can approach the situation with a more informed perspective. Epictetus taught that knowledge and understanding are essential for living a virtuous life. Take the time to research and educate yourself about the nature of pathological lying. This knowledge will equip you with the tools to identify and respond to deceit more effectively. It also fosters a sense of compassion as you recognize that the liar's behavior may be driven by unresolved psychological issues. However, it is important to balance empathy with self-preservation, ensuring that you do not become enmeshed in their web of deceit. Education empowers you to act wisely and protect yourself, aligning with Stoic principles of wisdom and discernment. Number 8, encourage professional help. Encouraging the pathological liar to seek professional help is a compassionate and constructive approach. Pathological lying can be a symptom of deeper psychological issues that may require therapy or counseling. Suggesting professional help shows that you recognize the seriousness of their behavior and care about their well-being. Epictetus emphasized the importance of seeking improvement and growth, both for ourselves and others. Approach the conversation with empathy and understanding, expressing your concern for their mental health. Suggesting therapy or counseling can provide them with the support and tools needed to address their lying behavior. While you cannot force them to seek help, planting the seed of this idea can be a step toward positive change. Encouraging professional help demonstrates your commitment to their well-being and your own boundaries. It aligns with Stoic principles of compassion, wisdom, and the pursuit of improvement, fostering a healthier and more honest environment. Number 9, stay grounded in truth. Staying grounded in truth is essential when dealing with pathological liars. Their constant deceit can create a confusing and destabilizing environment. By reaffirming your commitment to truth, you protect yourself from being swayed by their lies. Epictetus taught that we must anchor ourselves in reality and truth, regardless of external influences. Regularly remind yourself of your values and principles and seek out reliable sources of information. Surround yourself with people who value honesty and integrity, as their support can help you stay grounded. Practice mindfulness and self-reflection to maintain clarity and discernment. Staying grounded in truth not only shields you from deceit, but also reinforces your own moral compass. It empowers you to navigate interactions with confidence and integrity, knowing that you are anchored in reality. This practice aligns with Stoic principles of wisdom, self-control, and the pursuit of virtue, fostering a life grounded in truth and honesty. Number 10, seek support. Seeking support from trusted friends, family, or professionals is crucial when dealing with a pathological liar. The constant deceit and manipulation can be mentally and emotionally exhausting. Having a support system provides you with perspective, advice, and emotional backing. Epictetus emphasized the importance of community and seeking counsel from wise individuals. Share your experiences and concerns with those you trust, and listen to their insights. They can offer valuable advice on how to navigate the situation and maintain your well-being. Professional support, such as therapy or counseling, can also provide tools and strategies for dealing with deceit. Seeking support is not a sign of weakness, but a demonstration of wisdom and self-care. It ensures that you do not face the challenges of dealing with a pathological liar alone. This practice aligns with Stoic principles of resilience, wisdom, and the value of community, helping you maintain your integrity and emotional health. Navigating the treacherous waters of pathological lying requires wisdom, resilience, and unwavering commitment to truth. By recognizing the signs, setting firm boundaries, seeking evidence, and maintaining your integrity, you arm yourself against the corrosive effects of deceit. Encourage professional help and lean on your support network to reinforce your resolve. Remember, staying grounded in truth and practicing discernment are your greatest defenses. As Epictetus taught, our virtue is tested not by the circumstances we face, but by how we respond to them. Embrace these principles to protect your peace and uphold the values of honesty and integrity. Your journey through the landscape of deceit can become a testament to the strength of your character.
We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Have you ever dealt with a pathological liar? How did you handle it? Share your stories and insights in the comments below, and let's continue this important conversation together. Your wisdom could be the guiding light for someone else navigating the same challenges.
Have you ever felt completely drained from always putting others first, only to realize that your kindness sometimes comes back to bite you? Trust me, I know that feeling all too well. We're told from a young age to be compassionate and give selflessly, but what happens when being overly generous starts to take a serious toll on our well-being? In this video, I want to share some surprising ways being too kind can actually work against you, and more importantly, how you can protect yourself while still caring for others. Let's dive in and explore the balance between giving to others and giving yourself the respect you deserve. I'll get started with this in-depth exploration of how kindness, while noble, can sometimes work against us if not balanced properly. Here's the first elaborated idea. People will depend on you too much. When I first started helping out my friends and family regularly, I felt like I was making a difference. I'd be the person they'd call if they needed a ride, a listening ear, or help with a project. At first, it was heartwarming to feel needed, but slowly I noticed a shift. People began to expect my help rather than appreciate it. My phone would buzz constantly with requests that grew in size and frequency. A friend might call last minute, expecting me to drive an hour just to babysit, or a co-worker would ask me to cover for them again. Over time, this constant giving made me feel exhausted and unappreciated. Instead of focusing on my own tasks and goals, I'd be scrambling to fulfill others' needs. I barely had time to breathe, and what was worse, the people I helped rarely considered that I had responsibilities of my own. They had grown so accustomed to my assistance that they assumed I was always available. The more I gave, the less I felt seen, and eventually the imbalance began to affect my peace of mind and energy levels. The Stoic principle of self-care and knowing when to prioritize oneself became vital for me. I had to learn to say no, even though it felt uncomfortable. Setting boundaries didn't mean I stopped caring. It just meant recognizing that if I neglected my well-being, I wouldn't have much left to give. It was tough to accept that some people wouldn't take it well, but I had to put my health and peace first. These days I consciously choose when to offer my time, making sure my needs are met so I can show up fully for others without feeling overwhelmed. It's a balancing act, but one worth mastering. You'll attract opportunists. I used to think that being overly generous would naturally build stronger and deeper relationships. After all, I believed that helping others would create bonds rooted in gratitude and mutual support. But reality hit me hard when I noticed a pattern. Some people were only around when they needed something. I remember a particular friend from work who would always reach out when they needed help on a project or a favor. When I needed support or just wanted to hang out for fun, they were mysteriously unavailable. It started to feel like a one-sided transaction instead of a genuine friendship. I realized that my open-hearted generosity was like a beacon for opportunists. These people gravitated toward me, drawn by the idea that I'd always be there to lend a hand, share my resources, or offer emotional support. Instead of building connections that were mutually enriching, I found myself drained by interactions with people who only cared about what they could gain. They would soak up my energy, take what they needed, and vanish until the next time they were in need. There was no reciprocity, no sense of partnership, only depletion. It became clear to me that while kindness is a beautiful quality, it needs to be paired with discernment. Just because I had the ability to help didn't mean I was obligated to. The Stoics emphasize wisdom and the ability to judge situations wisely, and that wisdom became crucial. Now, I'm more intentional about where I invest my energy. I've learned to recognize when someone's presence in my life is opportunistic and to distance myself accordingly. It's not about withholding kindness. It's about protecting my spirit from those who don't value the relationship beyond what they can take from it. In the end, quality over quantity matters when it comes to who we let into our lives. You could miss out on self-care. Putting everyone else first feels noble at first, doesn't it? I remember thinking I was being the best version of myself when I made sacrifices to help others. Whether it was volunteering for a late-night project at work or spending an entire weekend helping a friend move, I was the person who would always say yes. But after a while, I noticed something concerning. I was neglecting my own needs. My physical and emotional health started to decline, and I was too drained to do anything about it. There was a day that really drove the point home. I had just spent hours running errands for my family, and by the time I got back home, I was completely spent. My muscles ached, and my mind was foggy. All I wanted was to rest, maybe take a hot bath or watch a movie, but another friend called asking for help. Despite being exhausted, I reluctantly agreed. I showed up for them, but internally I was resentful and angry. I realized that my selflessness was starting to feel more like a burden than a gift. Self-care isn't selfish, it's foundational. The Stoics teach that self-mastery and a well-ordered mind are crucial for a fulfilled life. I couldn't take care of anyone if I didn't first take care of myself. So, I started scheduling me time and protecting it fiercely. Whether it's a morning walk, a long bath, or just reading a book in peace, I prioritize those moments. If someone asks for my help during that time, I've learned to politely decline or reschedule. Now, I'm healthier, happier, and more genuinely present when I do choose to help others. It's not about doing less. It's about doing things from a place of abundance rather than exhaustion. People might think you're weak. It's hard to believe, but sometimes kindness can be interpreted as a lack of strength or confidence. I've experienced this firsthand. When I was younger, I thought being agreeable and accommodating would make me well-liked. I rarely spoke up for myself, rarely set boundaries, and always tried to make everyone happy. But instead of earning respect, I noticed people started treating me as if I couldn't stand up for myself. My peers at work began piling extra tasks onto me, assuming I wouldn't push back. Even friends would jokingly say, "Oh, you know they'll do it, they never say no." Deep down I felt frustrated and taken for granted. but I didn't want to risk disappointing anyone. This went on until a particularly eye-opening moment with a co-worker. I had just pulled an all-nighter finishing a report for them. And when I mentioned how tired I was, they shrugged and said, "You're too nice for your own good. You should have said no." It hit me. Even the people benefiting from my kindness saw me as a pushover. That stung, but it was the wake-up call I needed. The Stoic idea of self-discipline and asserting your boundaries became a guiding principle for me. I learned that being strong doesn't mean being harsh. It means valuing yourself enough to set limits. The first time I said no to an unreasonable request, I was terrified. But to my surprise, the world didn't end. In fact, people began respecting me more. They realized I had my own priorities and couldn't be guilted into overextending myself. It's about finding that balance, being kind, but not at the expense of your own dignity. Setting boundaries showed people I was not only kind, but also strong and self-respecting, and that changed everything. You might develop a habit of avoidance. Constantly focusing on others can sometimes be a way to run away from yourself. I used to fill my days with endless acts of service, staying busy to the point of exhaustion. It made me feel good on the surface, like I was doing something valuable. But when I was alone and things got quiet, a sense of discomfort would wash over me. If you've ever found yourself avoiding stillness because it brings up thoughts or emotions you'd rather not face, you'll know what I'm talking about. I had to confront the fact that my giving nature was sometimes a distraction from my own unresolved issues. If I kept my calendar packed with commitments, I didn't have to think about my insecurities or the lingering fears I hadn't dealt with. This realization came one weekend when all my plans fell through, and I was left with nothing but my thoughts. I felt a wave of anxiety, and it became clear that I had been using busyness as an emotional shield. The Stoics emphasized the importance of self-reflection and inner strength. I realized that running away from myself wasn't sustainable. So I started to create space in my life for introspection. It was difficult at first, but gradually I learned to face my feelings head-on. I journaled, practiced mindfulness, and even took long walks by myself to get comfortable with my own company. This self-awareness not only helped me grow, but also made my acts of kindness more genuine, as they were no longer fueled by a desire to escape my own struggles. It's about being there for others, while also being brave enough to face your own inner world. Your goals will be ignored. Have you ever felt like your dreams are slipping further away because you're too busy helping others with theirs? That was me. I had a long list of personal goals: writing a book, learning a new language, and even launching a passion project that I'd been dreaming about for years. But every time I thought I'd make progress, someone would call needing a favor. Of course, I'd say, pushing my goals aside. Whether it was helping a friend move or volunteering for an extra project at work, I constantly prioritized others. Before I knew it, years had passed, and my dreams remained just that, dreams. One of the hardest things to admit was that I was sabotaging my own potential. It wasn't just about being nice, it was about a fear of putting myself first. I thought people would label me as selfish or ungrateful. But the Stoics teach us the importance of living by reason and aligning our actions with our values. And my values included making my dreams a reality. This forced me to take a hard look at where my time and energy were going. I realized that saying yes to everything meant saying no to my own aspirations. So, I made a change. I started scheduling time for my goals, treating them with the same importance as I treated everyone else's needs. When someone asked for my help, I'd evaluate whether it aligned with my priorities. If it didn't, I'd politely decline or suggest a compromise. It wasn't easy, especially the first time I had to tell a friend I couldn't help them because I had my own commitments. But over time, I noticed a difference. My passion projects began to flourish, and I felt more fulfilled and in control of my life. Protecting your goals doesn't make you selfish. It ensures you're living a balanced, purposeful life. People will doubt your intentions. It's counterintuitive, but sometimes being too nice can make people suspicious. I experienced this with a colleague who once said, "Why are you always so helpful? What's your angle?" I was shocked. My intentions were pure, but to them, my generosity seemed too good to be true. In a world where people are used to hidden agendas and ulterior motives, extreme kindness can raise red flags. It's like when a stranger offers you free tickets or a too good to be true deal. You immediately wonder what the catch is. At first, this reaction hurt. I couldn't believe people would question my sincerity, but looking back, I can see how it might have seemed unusual. When people are too nice, especially in environments where trust is scarce, others can become wary. They wonder if you're trying to win favor or manipulate them in some way. It was a hard pill to swallow, but it made me realize that overextending myself might not be the best approach. The Stoics remind us to act in line with our values, regardless of how others perceive us. That wisdom helped me find a middle ground. I didn't stop being kind, but I did become more selective about where and how I invested my energy. Instead of spreading myself thin, I focused on meaningful acts of kindness for people I genuinely cared about. By being more intentional, I reduced the suspicion and created space for deeper, more authentic connections. I learned that quality trumps quantity in relationships, and kindness, when balanced with self-respect, carries more weight and credibility. You might end up feeling used. I remember a time when I was constantly there for everyone, always the dependable friend, the co-worker who'd cover extra shifts, the family member who'd drop everything to lend a hand. At first, it felt good to be needed, but that feeling quickly faded as I noticed a troubling pattern. People only reached out when they wanted something. Invitations to catch up or check in just to see how I was doing, almost non-existent. Slowly, I began to feel used, like a resource rather than a person with my own needs and emotions. It all came to a head when I helped a friend move, spending my entire weekend carrying boxes and organizing their new place. A few weeks later, I found myself in need of a favor, a small one, and that same friend was suddenly too busy. The disappointment cut deep, and I felt a wave of resentment. It wasn't the first time either. My acts of kindness were met with expectations, not appreciation, and that left me feeling drained and bitter. The Stoics teach us that emotional balance is crucial and that our peace of mind should never be dependent on others' behavior. I realized that I had to change how I gave, not to receive something in return, but to protect my own well-being. I started asking myself, am I giving because I truly want to, or am I giving out of obligation or a need for validation? If the answer was the latter, I paused. It's okay to be kind, but it's equally okay to protect yourself from feeling used. By being mindful of who I give to and why, I've learned to preserve my energy and ensure that I'm acting from a place of genuine care, not from a fear of disappointing others. Your kindness might enable irresponsibility. Have you ever found yourself doing so much for someone that they no longer felt the need to handle their own responsibilities? I've definitely been there. A close family member once struggled with managing their finances, and I would always swoop in to pay their bills or help them organize their expenses. I thought I was doing the right thing, being supportive and easing their burden. But in reality, my constant rescue missions enabled their financial irresponsibility. They didn't feel the pressure to learn or change because I was always there to save the day. It's a harsh reality. Sometimes our kindness can do more harm than good. The Stoics emphasize the importance of moderation and rational decision-making, and that applies to giving as well. If we constantly take over someone's responsibilities, we rob them of the opportunity to grow and become independent. This doesn't mean we shouldn't help. It means we should be mindful of how we help. Instead of always stepping in, we can offer guidance and support while still encouraging them to take ownership of their problems. Now, I'm more intentional about how I assist others. For that same family member, I stopped offering financial bailouts. Instead, I helped them set up a budget and encouraged them to seek advice from a professional. It wasn't easy to watch them struggle at first, but it was necessary for their growth. Sometimes the kindest thing we can do is to let people learn from their mistakes and find their own strength. That's how we empower others without sacrificing our own peace. You'll feel overwhelmed and stressed. Being everyone's go-to helper might seem honorable, but it's a fast track to burnout. I used to say yes to everything, helping friends move, volunteering for extra work, taking care of family errands, and it left me feeling constantly overwhelmed. My schedule was packed to the point that I barely had time to rest or even enjoy simple things, like reading a book or taking a quiet walk. The stress built up, affecting not only my mental health but my physical well-being too. I'd lie awake at night, my mind racing with all the things I had to do for everyone else. One morning, I woke up exhausted and thought, how did I get here? The answer was simple. I hadn't set boundaries. I was so focused on being available for everyone else that I neglected my own needs. The Stoics teach us the value of balance and self-control, and it became clear that I needed to make some changes. It was time to stop treating self-care as a luxury and start treating it as a necessity. I learned to say no without feeling guilty, and it was life-changing. I prioritized my well-being and even scheduled do-nothing time where I could just relax or do something I loved. If a friend asked for help during my designated self-care hours, I'd explain that I had a prior commitment, even if that commitment was to myself. Setting these boundaries helped me show up more fully when I did choose to help, without feeling overburdened or stressed. It taught me that it's possible to be kind and generous without sacrificing my own peace and happiness. Strategies to protect yourself. Listen to your emotions. It took me a long time to realize that my body and emotions were trying to tell me something every time I felt burned out from helping others. I used to ignore those feelings, brushing them off as a sign that I just needed to work harder or be more selfless. But the truth is, our emotions and physical sensations are often our first indicators that something is off balance. There was a time when I agreed to help a friend organize a huge event. I thought it would be fun and rewarding, but as the weeks went by, I started feeling a heavy sense of dread and anxiety. I wasn't sleeping well, and I felt on edge every time my phone buzzed with another request for help. I'd push through, telling myself that feeling resentful wasn't kind or right, but the resentment kept building. Eventually, I snapped at my friend over something minor, and that's when I knew I had to pause and reflect. The Stoics emphasize the importance of self-awareness, and I realized I needed to honor my emotions instead of ignoring them. Our feelings serve as messengers, telling us when we've stretched ourselves too thin. Now, I pay close attention to how I feel when helping someone. If I notice that familiar anxiety creeping in or feel a wave of exhaustion, I give myself permission to step back. I might take a walk, meditate, or journal about what's bothering me. These moments of self-care allow me to reset and determine whether I'm giving from a place of genuine generosity or from obligation and burnout. By tuning into my emotions, I can make sure my kindness is sustainable and not at the cost of my own well-being. Embrace the power of saying no. Saying no used to make me feel like the worst person in the world. I'd imagine the disappointment in the other person's eyes, and guilt would eat me alive. But over the years, I've come to see that no is one of the most liberating and self-respecting words we can use. There was a time when I was juggling work, family commitments, and helping out at a community center. One evening, a friend asked if I could join a committee for a new project. My gut screamed no, but I felt too guilty to say it. So I agreed, even though it meant giving up my one free evening for self-care. Fast forward a month, and I was exhausted, stressed, and frustrated. I hadn't taken a single moment for myself, and I was growing resentful. That's when I realized that saying no wasn't selfish. It was necessary. The Stoics teach us that we must respect our own time and energy. So I practiced in front of the mirror, telling myself, it's okay to say no. Your well-being matters. When I finally said no to the next request, I felt a mix of relief and fear. But to my surprise, the world didn't collapse. People adjusted, and some even respected me more for setting boundaries. Now, I remind myself that no is not a rejection of the person asking. It's an affirmation of my own limits. It allows me to say yes to things that truly matter with energy and joy. And when I do say yes, I know it's coming from a place of genuine willingness, not out of guilt or obligation. Schedule time. Just for yourself. Carving out time for myself used to feel like an indulgence I couldn't afford. My schedule was always filled with commitments, whether it was work projects, family responsibilities, or friends needing a hand. But one day I had a wake-up call. I was so worn out from running around non-stop that I came down with a fever and had to spend a whole weekend in bed. That forced rest made me realize how much I'd neglected myself. The Stoics talk about living in harmony with our nature, and part of that is recognizing when we need rest and solitude to recharge. So I started blocking out time on my calendar for self-care. It could be as simple as an hour to read a book, go for a walk, or even just sit quietly with a cup of tea. At first, I felt guilty. I'd think, what if someone needs me during this time? But I knew I had to protect it. When a friend called during one of my designated self-care hours, I simply said, I'm not available right now. Can we catch up later? It felt strange at first, but also incredibly empowering. Scheduling time for myself has become a non-negotiable part of my life. It's not about being unavailable to others. It's about being fully present when I do show up. By guarding this time fiercely, I've become more grounded, energized, and able to help others from a place of abundance rather than depletion. Now, self-care isn't a luxury. It's an essential part of my routine, and I'm all the better for it. Set clear boundaries. Identifying and dealing with energy vampires was one of the hardest but most necessary changes I had to make. We all know those people who leave us feeling exhausted after every interaction, right? For me, it was a former co-worker who would constantly vent about her problems but never seemed interested in solving them. Every conversation drained me, and I realized I was becoming a sounding board for someone who had no intention of changing or reciprocating support. Setting boundaries felt uncomfortable at first. I didn't want to come across as rude or unkind, but the Stoics emphasize that our well-being is our responsibility, and I had to take that to heart. I began to limit my interactions with this co-worker, gently steering conversations away from negativity or cutting them short when they became too draining. I'd say, "I'm really sorry you're dealing with that, but I need to focus on some work right now." It wasn't easy, and I felt guilty for a while. But over time, I noticed how much lighter I felt when I prioritized my mental energy. It's not just about avoiding draining people, but also about nurturing relationships that uplift and inspire me. I've learned to protect my time and energy fiercely. If someone's presence consistently leaves me feeling worse, I limit my interactions or, in some cases, walk away entirely. It's about valuing my own well-being as much as I value others. And by doing so, I've made space for people who bring joy, wisdom, and balance into my life. Setting boundaries doesn't make me less kind. It makes me healthier and stronger, which ultimately allows me to give more authentically. Being kind is one of life's greatest virtues, but when taken to the extreme, it can backfire. The Stoic philosophy reminds us that everything should be done in moderation, including generosity. By setting boundaries, being intentional about where we direct our energy, and remembering to take care of ourselves, we can continue to be kind without feeling used, stressed, or depleted. It's all about finding that sweet spot, the balance between giving to others and honoring our own needs. Remember, you deserve the same kindness you show to everyone else, and sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do is to respect your own well-being. Thank you for joining me on this journey of self-discovery and balance. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe for more wisdom rooted in Stoic principles. Your support helps this channel grow, and I'm so grateful to have you here. Deception. It's such a peculiar thing, isn't it? The subtle art of concealing the truth, of twisting reality ever so slightly. We humans are strange creatures. We long for truth, yet we hide behind our own masks. And here's the paradox. Sometimes the ones we trust the most, the people who are closest to us, are the ones who engage in these little deceptions. It's not always out of malice, but often out of fear or insecurity. A desire to keep the world from seeing something too raw, too real. I remember a time when I believed I could always tell when someone was lying to me. Perhaps you've thought the same. We like to think we're good judges of character, that we can see through the veil of falsehood. But as life has a way of teaching us, reality is far more subtle, far more intricate. A lie is rarely obvious. It slips between words, in a slight change in expression, in the way someone's body turns away ever so slightly. Imagine, if you will, a person sitting across from you. They're speaking, and everything seems fine. But then you notice something. A slight hesitation, a shift in tone, a laugh where it doesn't belong. It's as if the truth is shimmering beneath the surface, almost calling out to you, yet still hidden. And in that moment, you can either turn away, choosing to preserve the comforting illusion, or you can look deeper, daring to see what lies beneath. So let us explore this together, not in judgment, not in suspicion, but in curiosity. Let's examine the subtle signs that someone might be hiding the truth from us. For these little tells, these small clues, are part of the rich tapestry of human behavior. And perhaps, in understanding them, we don't just learn how to see through deception. We learn a bit more about ourselves, our own hesitations, our own illusions. Are you ready to see beyond the mask? Let's dive in. 1. Laughing off serious topics. Have you ever tried to bring up something meaningful with someone, only to have them laugh it off like it's nothing? I know I have, and it's frustrating. At first it might seem like they're just trying to keep things light-hearted or avoid making the conversation too serious. But over time, you start to realize that this habit of laughing things off is more than just a quirky response. It's a way of dodging accountability. When someone brushes off serious issues with a chuckle or joke, they're not just avoiding the conversation, they're hiding from the truth. In one of my past relationships, I often felt disconnected, like we were slowly drifting apart. I'd try to bring it up, hoping we could talk it through, but every time I'd get that same awkward chuckle and a dismissive, "Oh, you're just overthinking it. Relax." At first, I let it slide. I convinced myself maybe I was being too intense, or maybe they were just uncomfortable with these kinds of talks. But the truth was, their laughter wasn't about me, or even about keeping things light. It was a shield against having to confront deeper issues. Here's the thing. Using humor to dodge serious topics isn't innocent. It shuts down the conversation, making it impossible to address the root problem. We're conditioned to think laughter is always a good thing, but when it's used to deflect, it creates a barrier to real communication. The more I allowed this to happen, the harder it became to feel connected. It's like a roadblock went up every time I tried to approach the truth, keeping us stuck in surface-level interactions. The deeper issue here is about emotional maturity. If someone can't talk about serious topics without trying to make a joke out of it, they're signaling that they're not ready or willing to be vulnerable or accountable. And that's a big problem. Real relationships need honest conversations, even if they're uncomfortable. If they laugh things off, don't let it slide. Ask, "Why is this funny to you?" Or, "Can we talk about this seriously?" Because humor shouldn't be a wall between you and the truth. When people avoid real talk, it's not just a small issue. It's a barrier to genuine connection, and that's something no relationship can survive. 2. Micro-expressions of guilt or fear. I used to think I was good at spotting lies until I learned about micro-expressions. These tiny, almost imperceptible facial expressions can reveal emotions like guilt or fear, no matter how hard someone tries to hide them. Think about it. A slight twitch in their brow, a flicker of discomfort in their eyes, or even a quick tightening of their lips. We don't usually notice these things, but once I started paying attention, I realized how much people's faces can give away. For example, I once had a friend who was late for a meetup. When I casually asked why, they shrugged it off with some vague excuse. But there was a fleeting look of panic, just for a second. It was so brief, but it was there. My gut told me something was off, but I brushed it aside. Later, I found out they'd actually been lying about where they were, and that quick micro-expression was a dead giveaway that I missed. Micro-expressions are fascinating because they're genuine. These aren't practiced, rehearsed responses. They're spontaneous reactions our bodies can't control, even when our minds are trying to be deceptive. Now, whenever I'm in a conversation and something feels off, I watch for these micro-expressions. They might only last a split second, but they're real indicators of hidden feelings. It's like seeing behind the mask for just a moment, catching a glimpse of what's actually going on. It sounds intense, but learning to notice micro-expressions has changed the way I interact with people. I no longer feel in the dark when something feels off. Instead, I trust my instincts and look for those subtle signs of guilt or fear. It's not about being paranoid, it's about being aware. We often talk about listening to words, but Sometimes faces tell a much clearer story than anything else. So, if you're getting mixed signals from someone, pay close attention to those tiny changes in their expression. They might be giving you the truth they're not saying. 3. Body language. Body language can say more than words ever could, especially when it comes to honesty. I used to ignore subtle shifts in body language, thinking they were insignificant. But as I became more aware, I started noticing that people's actions often spoke louder than their words. One clear example: when someone's body is subtly turned away from you, even if they're engaged in conversation. I'll give you an example. I once had a friend who, whenever we discussed anything personal or uncomfortable, would slowly turn their body away. It was almost unconscious. At first, I thought I was reading into things, that maybe they just had a weird way of sitting. But the more it happened, the clearer it became. They'd shift away, crossing their arms or even looking around as if searching for an exit. Body language isn't accidental. When someone can't fully face you, it's often because they're hiding something or feeling uncomfortable with the conversation. It's almost as if their body is trying to physically escape the truth. And, just like with micro-expressions, these actions aren't calculated. They're raw, involuntary responses. When you notice someone's body turned away, especially during an important conversation, pay attention. It's a clue that something deeper might be going on. Over time, I've learned that if someone truly values honesty and connection, they'll face you directly, no matter how difficult the topic. They won't shy away or hide with their body. So if someone's angling away from you mid-conversation, it's not just bad posture. It's a subconscious sign that they're not entirely comfortable with the truth, and maybe they don't want you to see it either. 4. Changing the subject. Have you ever been in a conversation where you bring up a serious topic and suddenly the other person changes the subject? It's like a game of verbal dodgeball. You throw them a serious question and they instantly shift to something trivial. I used to think they were just scatterbrained or easily distracted, but now I know better. When someone frequently changes the subject during critical discussions, it's often because they're avoiding the truth. I experienced this firsthand in a past relationship. Every time I tried to discuss future plans, where we'd be in a year, our goals, even how we'd handle tough situations, the conversation would suddenly steer towards something totally unrelated, like dinner plans or a random funny story. I brushed it off at first, telling myself they were just uncomfortable with the topic, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. Changing the subject isn't just a harmless shift in conversation, it's a tactic to dodge uncomfortable truths. And what I learned was that if someone truly respects you, they'll stay with you in those hard conversations. They won't take an escape route to avoid the issues. Sure, these topics can be uncomfortable, but genuine relationships are built on facing them head-on, not steering away. If you notice this in someone, it's okay to gently bring them back to the original topic. It might feel awkward, but it's a way of keeping them accountable. And if they continue to change the subject, take it as a sign. It's not about making them uncomfortable. It's about knowing that truth requires presence. Real conversations don't hide in the safety of unrelated topics. They're about facing what matters, even when it's tough. 5. Excessive justifications. One thing I've noticed about people who are hiding something is that they often feel the need to over-explain. Rather than giving a simple answer, they pile on details, making their story sound like they're trying a little too hard to be believable. I used to think that extra detail was a sign of openness, but over time, I realized it can actually be a sign of deceit. Imagine asking someone a simple question like, "Why were you late?" And instead of a quick response, you get a long, drawn-out explanation. They start talking about every single red light, the traffic they hit, the exact sequence of events that led to them being late. It's like they're building a wall of words to cover something up. Now, I'm not saying everyone who over-explains is lying, but when explanations feel overly polished and rehearsed, it's worth paying attention. I once had a friend who did this constantly. Every time I asked them something small, they'd go into a monologue of justifications. At first, I thought they were just detail-oriented, but after a while, I started wondering why they felt the need to justify everything so thoroughly. It turned out they were hiding other things, using these justifications as a smokescreen to avoid suspicion. If you find someone excessively justifying their actions, ask yourself why. Honesty usually doesn't need a lot of padding. A straightforward answer is often enough. So if someone gives you an overly elaborate story, consider that it might be covering something up. Sometimes, the more people explain, the less they're actually telling you. Trust your gut on this one. 6. Vagueness when pressed for specifics. Nothing is more frustrating than trying to get a clear answer from someone who's being intentionally vague. You ask a direct question, expecting a straightforward answer, and instead you get something like, "Oh, things are moving along," or "We're in the early stages." It's like they're throwing words at you without giving you any real information. I used to think it was just their way of avoiding the question, but now I know that vagueness often points to something deeper. One time, I had a co-worker who loved talking about all the big projects they were working on, but whenever I'd ask for specifics, what companies they were collaborating with, the status of the project, they'd respond with these vague, almost poetic descriptions. No names, no facts, just a lot of empty words. Eventually, I found out that many of these projects were either stalled or completely fabricated. They relied on vague language to keep people from pressing further. Vagueness, I've learned, is a shield. People use it to avoid accountability because it's easier to backpedal on a vague statement than on a concrete detail. If someone truly has nothing to hide, they won't mind giving you specifics. So if you notice someone dodging details, take it as a sign. Ask a few follow-up questions. And if they keep dancing around the answer, there's likely a reason for it. Vagueness can seem harmless, but it's often a telltale sign of something being hidden. 7. Inconsistent stories. One of the easiest ways to spot a lie is by paying attention to inconsistencies in someone's story. If someone is telling the truth, their story usually stays the same, even when repeated. But when someone's lying, they tend to forget details or change parts of their story without realizing it. I've learned to notice these small changes because they often signal something bigger. Once, a friend told me about an amazing job offer they received, with all the perks and benefits. But the next time they brought it up, a few details had shifted. They mentioned a different job title, a new location, and even changed who had interviewed them. These were minor discrepancies, but they added up, making me question the entire story. Eventually, I found out they'd exaggerated parts of the offer, trying to make it sound better than it actually was. Inconsistent stories are like loose threads. Pull on them, and the whole thing starts to unravel. When you notice these discrepancies, don't ignore them. Ask for clarification and see if the story holds up. People who are telling the truth usually don't mind repeating themselves or correcting small details, but a liar's story is often inconsistent because they're trying to keep track of too many falsehoods. Consistency is a hallmark of honesty, so trust your instincts when things don't add up. 8. Defensiveness. Have you ever asked someone a simple question and been met with an over-the-top defensive reaction? I have, and it's almost always a sign that something's wrong. Defensiveness can be a natural response to criticism, but when it's an extreme reaction to a harmless question, it often means the person is hiding something. In college, I worked on a group project with someone who would react defensively every time I asked for an update. Even a casual, "How's it going with the report?" would set them off, accusing me of micromanaging or not trusting them. At first, I brushed it off, thinking maybe they just didn't like being managed. But over time, I realized that their defensiveness was actually a sign of guilt. They hadn't been doing their part of the project and were trying to cover it up. People who are being honest don't usually feel the need to defend themselves so aggressively. They're calm, straightforward, and open. On the other hand, someone with something to hide will go into overdrive, turning the tables to make you feel like you're the one being intrusive. If you encounter this type of defensiveness, don't back down. Take it as a cue to look closer because, more often than not, it's a sign that something's being hidden. 9. Not listening. Listening is a basic part of communication, but many people don't truly listen. They're just waiting for their turn to speak. This isn't just a conversational faux pas. It can actually be a sign of deception. When someone's lying or hiding something, they often can't fully engage because they're preoccupied with managing their own narrative. I used to know someone who would nod and smile during conversations, but rarely responded in a way that made me feel heard. Whenever I'd ask them something important or try to discuss an issue, they'd give quick, shallow responses or change the topic entirely. At first I thought it was just their personality, but eventually I realized they were hiding things, using this lack of engagement as a way to avoid going deeper. Not listening isn't just disrespectful, it's a red flag. If someone truly values you and is being honest, they'll be engaged in the conversation, actively listening and responding meaningfully. But when they're checked out or only half listening, it's often because they're more focused on what they're hiding than on the actual discussion. Trust your intuition when someone isn't fully present. It's a clue that something might be off. 10. Over-polished details. One of the biggest red flags I've learned to watch for is when someone's story sounds too perfect. Real life is messy and unpredictable. It rarely follows a flawless script. When someone's story is packed with overly polished details, it can be a sign that they've rehearsed it, constructing a perfect narrative to avoid suspicion. I once knew someone who loved telling stories that sounded like they were straight out of a movie. Everything was dramatic and timed to perfection, with every detail perfectly placed. They'd recount scenes with cinematic clarity, down to the exact time, weather, and background noise. I loved the stories at first, but then I started wondering how they could remember everything so perfectly. Eventually I found out they had exaggerated many parts, crafting these stories to sound more impressive. Over-polished stories can be captivating, but they're often too good to be true. Real memories are rarely flawless. They're filled with small imperfections. So if someone's story sounds like it was rehearsed for the big screen, take a step back. Ask a few clarifying questions and see how they respond. If the details start to unravel, it's likely that they're not being entirely truthful. People who have nothing to hide don't need their stories to be perfect. They just need them to be real. And so, we arrive at the end of this little exploration, our journey through the mysterious terrain of truth and deception. It's fascinating, isn't it? The subtle signs, the nuanced gestures, the half-hidden glances, all small ripples on the surface of a vast, complex human experience. Perhaps now you see that detecting a lie isn't about seeking to expose others or holding ourselves above them. Rather, it's about cultivating awareness, about learning to tune into the delicate dance of honesty and concealment that we all, in our own ways, participate in. In understanding these signs, you're not just learning how to spot a lie, you're inviting yourself to look more deeply, to be more present with others and, most importantly, with yourself. For isn't it true that the more we seek honesty in others, the more we must embrace it within ourselves? The masks we wear, the illusions we cling to, they're not just out there in the world of others. They're within us as well, woven into our own habits and fears. So, I encourage you to reflect. What have you seen in yourself and others that hints at a concealed truth? Where have you observed these small ripples, these delicate signs that speak louder than words? And what, if anything, will you do differently now that you know? Please share your thoughts. I'd love to know what you've discovered, what insights have arisen as we've delved into this strange and wonderful topic together. After all, understanding is something we build together. So, let's keep the conversation going and see where it leads. Here are 12 reasons you must know why people secretly hate you. Ignoring these could cost you relationships, opportunities, and even your peace of mind. What if their resentment isn't random but stems from subtle actions you never realized you were making? Or worse, what if their dislike has nothing to do with you at all, yet still poisons the way they treat you? These hidden reasons are more common than you think, and failing to recognize them could leave you blindsided when it matters most. But it doesn't have to be this way. In this video, we'll explore 12 surprising reasons why people secretly hate you, backed by timeless Stoic wisdom. Each one will not only open your eyes to these invisible dynamics, but also empower you with practical tools to navigate them. By the end, you'll be armed with the clarity and confidence to protect your peace and rise above negativity. Let's begin. 1. Rumors and gossip. I remember the first time I realized how damaging gossip could be. It was during a tough period in my life when I worked hard to establish my reputation in a new job. Things were going well until I overheard whispers that painted me in a completely different light. Someone had shared a rumor, twisting my words and intentions, and suddenly I felt like I was walking on eggshells around everyone. People avoided me, and I could see the change in their expressions. It hurt deeply because the story wasn't true, but I had no way to stop it. At first, I wanted to confront the person who started it, to set the record straight, but something inside me held back. I realized that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't control what others said or believed. That's when I turned to a piece of Stoic wisdom from Marcus Aurelius. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. I decided to focus on living in a way that proved the rumors wrong, letting my actions speak louder than any gossip. It wasn't easy. There were days when I wanted to scream, "That's not who I am," but instead, I kept showing up with integrity, doing my best and staying kind, even to the person who had wronged me. Over time, people began to see the truth for themselves. The rumor lost its power, and the respect I gained by staying composed outweighed the temporary damage. I learned something valuable through that experience. Gossip is like a wildfire, quick to spread, but easily extinguished by the steady rain of truth. People may talk, but their words don't define who you are. Your actions do. Now, when I hear rumors about myself or others, I remind myself of that lesson. I stay calm, focus on my values, and refuse to let the negativity of others dictate my self-worth. If anything, the experience taught me to be more mindful of how I speak about others. Words are powerful, and I choose to use mine to build others up, not tear them down. And when I focus on my truth, gossip becomes just noise in the background of a meaningful life. 94.2. Fear of change and resistance to growth. I've noticed that not everyone is thrilled when you start to grow or improve yourself. This realization hit me hard during a time when I decided to make some big changes in my life. I wanted to focus on my health, so I stopped drinking and started prioritizing exercise and better eating habits. I was excited and proud of my progress, but not everyone around me shared that enthusiasm. Some friends made subtle comments like, "Oh, so you're too good for us now," or "You've changed." At first, it stung. I wanted them to see that my growth wasn't about them. It was about becoming a better version of myself. But instead of support, I felt resistance. It was confusing and disheartening. Why couldn't they just be happy for me? That's when I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's words. Observe constantly that all things take place by change. It reminded me that change is natural, even necessary, and not everyone is ready to embrace it. When we grow, it often shines a light on the areas where others feel stuck. It's not that they hate you, they hate the reminder that they're not moving forward themselves. I started to approach these situations differently. Instead of feeling hurt or defensive, I tried to understand their perspective. Maybe they were scared of being left behind or afraid to confront their own need for change. I also reminded myself that their feelings were outside my control. What I could control was my response, and I chose to keep growing. I stopped apologizing for my progress. I learned to let go of relationships that felt more like anchors than sails. Most importantly, I realized that true friends will celebrate your evolution, not resist it. And those who don't? They're fighting their own battles, and that's okay. Now, whenever I face resistance to my growth, I think of it as a compliment in disguise. It means I'm doing something right. Change is uncomfortable, not just for me, but for those watching, and that's part of the process. The best thing I can do is keep moving forward, living authentically, and inspiring others to do the same, whether they're ready for it or not. 3. Misunderstandings and ineffective communication. I can't count the number of times a simple misunderstanding has caused unnecessary tension in my relationships. One incident sticks out clearly. I was texting a friend about meeting up, and I replied with a short, "Sure, whatever works." To me, it was casual and flexible, but to them, it sounded cold and dismissive. The next time we talked, they were distant, and I couldn't figure out why until they brought up the text. It shocked me how something so small had been interpreted so differently from how I intended. That moment taught me a valuable lesson. The way we express ourselves and how others perceive it are often two very different things. Miscommunication isn't just about words. It's about tone, timing, and even body language. A misplaced word or a misunderstood look can create walls of resentment before we even realize it. Stoic wisdom has been a guide here. Epictetus once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." That advice has helped me approach communication more thoughtfully. When conflicts arise, I try to step back and consider, what did they hear versus what I meant to say? This mindset has been a game changer in resolving misunderstandings before they escalate. Now, I make a conscious effort to clarify my intentions, especially in sensitive situations. I've also learned the value of asking questions rather than making assumptions. If someone seems upset, I'll ask, "Did I say something that upset you?" Or, "How did that come across to you?" This openness has helped me bridge gaps and avoid unnecessary resentment. Of course, misunderstandings still happen. It's part of being human. But I've found that practicing active listening and showing empathy can make all the difference. When I take the time to hear someone out, even when I disagree, it shows that I value their perspective. Most conflicts rooted in miscommunication can be resolved with patience and a willingness to understand. Looking back, I realize that many of my past conflicts could have been avoided with better communication. It's not always easy, but striving for clarity and compassion in my interactions has strengthened my relationships and brought more peace into my life. 4. Envy and jealousy. I used to think that if I worked hard and treated people with kindness, I'd naturally earn their support and goodwill. But life has a funny way of proving otherwise. I'll never forget when I received a promotion at work that I had worked tirelessly for. Instead of celebrating with me, one of my closest colleagues became distant and cold. At first, I thought I'd done something wrong, but over time, it became clear. It wasn't about me at all. It was about them. Envy and jealousy are strange emotions. They can turn admiration into contempt and respect into resentment. Stoicism gave me a new lens to view this. Marcus Aurelius said, "Don't worry about things outside your control." And the truth is, someone else's envy is entirely outside my control. I didn't create their feelings. Their dissatisfaction with their own life did. My success simply held up a mirror to their insecurities. It's not easy to deal with envy, especially when it comes from people you care about. At first, I tried to shrink myself, downplaying my achievements to avoid making them uncomfortable, but that only made me feel small and diminished my hard-earned success. Over time, I realized that hiding my light wasn't the answer. Instead, I began to focus on staying grounded in my values, working hard, being kind, and supporting others in their journeys. When I encounter envy now, I remind myself that it's not a reflection of who I am, but of what the other person is struggling with. I also try to respond with compassion. Instead of taking their behavior personally, I look for ways to encourage and uplift them, showing them that my success doesn't take away from theirs. Envy is a powerful emotion, but it's one that people must deal with on their own terms. My role is to keep moving forward, staying true to my path, and not letting others' insecurities hold me back. In the end, I've learned that my achievements don't just belong to me. They're also opportunities to inspire others, even if they don't see it that way right away. And that perspective keeps me focused on the bigger picture. 5. Lack of recognition. One of the most painful experiences I've had was feeling invisible in a group where I worked so hard to contribute. I poured hours of effort into a project, ensuring every detail was perfect, only to watch someone else get all the credit. I smiled politely, but inside I felt a sharp sting of bitterness. Why didn't anyone notice what I had done? Why was my effort so easily overlooked? It's a natural human desire to want recognition for our hard work. When that acknowledgement doesn't come, it can breed resentment and even anger, not just toward those who overlooked us, but also toward anyone who seems to receive the recognition we crave. But the more I've studied Stoic philosophy, the more I've realized that seeking validation from others is a fragile foundation for happiness. Epictetus reminds us, don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose. Recognition from others is fleeting and often influenced by factors beyond our control. I've learned that the key to overcoming this sense of invisibility lies in shifting my focus inward. Instead of seeking external validation, I now strive to find fulfillment in the work itself. Did I do my best? Did I act with integrity? If the answer is yes, then I know my effort has value, even if no one else acknowledges it. That's not to say I don't still feel the pang of being overlooked sometimes. It's human. But I've also learned the importance of speaking up for myself when appropriate. Sometimes people simply aren't aware of what you've contributed, and a gentle reminder can make all the difference. Other times, I've had to accept that not everyone will notice or appreciate my work, and that's okay too. Now, when I feel underappreciated, I remind myself why I do what I do. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to grow, to learn, and to contribute meaningfully to whatever I'm part of. By focusing on those internal rewards, I found a deeper sense of peace and purpose, and that's something no one can take away from me. 6. Competition and rivalry. I used to think of competition as purely motivational, something that pushed everyone to do better. But I've learned that competition can easily shift from a healthy drive to a toxic rivalry, especially when emotions like insecurity and jealousy get involved. One experience stands out vividly. A colleague and I were both working toward the same promotion. At first, it felt like friendly competition, but as the deadline approached, the dynamic changed. They started undermining me subtly, questioning my ideas in meetings, and even spreading rumors about my work ethic. I was shocked and hurt. I had always seen competition as a way for both parties to improve, not as a reason to tear each other down. For a while, I let their actions consume me. I started doubting myself, wondering if I should retaliate or try to outplay them. But then I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. What stands in the way becomes the way. That quote shifted my mindset completely. I realized that the rivalry wasn't just an obstacle. It was an opportunity to focus on my own values and growth. Instead of engaging in their negativity, I decided to concentrate on what I could control. Doing my best work with integrity, I stopped comparing myself to them and redirected my energy into proving my worth through my actions. When I took my focus off the competition and put it back on self-improvement, I found clarity and peace. I couldn't control their behavior, but I could control how I responded. The promotion eventually went to me, but by the time it did, my perspective had shifted. Winning wasn't about beating them. It was about staying true to my principles. Looking back, I'm grateful for that experience. It taught me that toxic competition doesn't have to pull you down. It can be a chance to rise above and reaffirm your values. Now, I approach rivalry differently. I see it as a tool for growth rather than a battle to win. When competition arises, I remind myself that another person's success doesn't diminish mine, and there's room for everyone to thrive. That mindset has not only made me more resilient, but also helped me build healthier, more respectful relationships, even with those I once considered rivals. 7. Personal insecurities and projection. I didn't fully understand the power of personal insecurities until I found myself on the receiving end of someone's misplaced hostility. A co-worker, who always seemed friendly enough, suddenly started acting cold and dismissive toward me. They would roll their eyes during meetings when I spoke or dismiss my ideas without much consideration. It baffled me. What had I done to deserve this? After weeks of frustration, a mutual friend confided in me. The co-worker felt threatened by my recent success in a project they had wanted to lead. At first, I took their behavior personally. I questioned myself. Was I being too assertive? Did I unintentionally overshadow them? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized their hostility wasn't about me. It was about their own insecurities. They were projecting their feelings of inadequacy onto me, using me as a scapegoat for their internal struggles. Stoic wisdom offered clarity. Seneca once said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This reminded me that their perception of me was rooted in their fears, not in who I actually was. Instead of letting their negativity consume me, I chose to respond with empathy. I didn't confront them or call them out. Instead, I focused on staying consistent in my behavior, kind, collaborative, and respectful. I also started seeing their actions as a reflection of their struggles rather than an attack on me. It shifted my perspective entirely. Their resentment didn't mean I was in the wrong. It meant they were grappling with feelings of inadequacy, and my success had unintentionally triggered those emotions. Now, when I encounter similar situations, I remind myself of this lesson. Everyone has insecurities, and sometimes they manifest as negativity toward others. It's not my job to fix their feelings, but it is my responsibility to maintain my integrity. Instead of taking it personally, I choose to focus on my own growth while extending understanding to those who might be projecting their struggles. This mindset has helped me approach conflicts with more compassion and less frustration. It's a reminder that what others see in you often has more to do with what they feel about themselves, and that's their battle, not yours. 8. Lack of empathy and understanding. I used to believe that if I treated people with kindness and fairness, they'd naturally do the same in return. But over time, I realized that not everyone sees the world through the same lens. One particular experience drove this home for me. I had a disagreement with a teammate on a project. I thought I had been clear and reasonable, but they took my comments as a personal attack. Instead of talking it out, they began avoiding me, and eventually spreading negativity about me to others. At first, I was frustrated and confused. I couldn't understand how they had misunderstood my intentions so badly. But then it hit me. They weren't seeing the situation from my perspective. They had interpreted my words through the filter of their own experiences and insecurities, just as I might have done in their shoes. It wasn't malice. It was a lack of empathy and understanding. Stoicism has taught me a lot about this dynamic. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" That piece of wisdom shifted my thinking. Instead of getting defensive, I began to reflect on how I might also misinterpret others or fail to empathize in certain situations. I decided to approach the teammate with humility and openness. I apologized for any misunderstanding and explained my intentions clearly, without blaming them. It wasn't an instant fix, but over time, the relationship improved. That experience taught me that many conflicts stem from a lack of mutual understanding, not outright hostility. Since then, I've made empathy a priority in my interactions. When someone seems upset or distant, I ask myself, what might they be going through that I don't see? I've learned to listen more, judge less, and give people the benefit of the doubt. It doesn't mean excusing bad behavior, but it does mean approaching situations with compassion and a willingness to bridge the gap. Empathy isn't always easy, but it's essential for building stronger, healthier connections. By practicing it, I've found that I'm not just better at resolving conflicts, I'm also better at avoiding them in the first place. And that's a win for everyone involved. 9. The influence of social expectations. I'll never forget the first time I realized how powerful social expectations could be in shaping how others perceive us. When I decided to pursue an unconventional career path, people I thought would support me instead started treating me differently. Some questioned my choices outright, while others seemed to distance themselves. It was subtle but unmistakable. Their disappointment and judgment came not from who I was, but from the fact that I wasn't living up to what they believed I should do. At first, I felt a deep sense of frustration. I wanted to explain myself, to justify my decisions and prove that my path was valid. But then I asked myself a simple question: who am I really living for? This reflection brought me back to a core principle of Stoicism. Epictetus said, "It is not the things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about these things." Their judgments weren't the problem. It was how much I allowed those judgments to affect me. I realized that their discomfort wasn't really about me. My choices challenged the norms and values they had built their lives around. In some ways, I think my decision forced them to confront their own doubts or fears about living authentically. Once I understood this, I stopped feeling the need to justify myself. I let go of trying to win their approval and focused instead on staying true to my own values and goals. Over time, I also learned to embrace the idea that not everyone will understand or accept your path. And that's okay. Some people will come around once they see your conviction, while others may never fully understand. What matters is that you stay aligned with your purpose and don't let societal pressures dictate your life. Now, when I face judgment or resistance for stepping outside of the norm, I remind myself that authenticity often disrupts comfort zones, including my own. Living true to myself isn't just freeing, it's necessary for my happiness and growth. By embracing this mindset, I've found greater peace and fulfillment, and I've learned to navigate others' expectations with grace and confidence. 10. The lack of recognition. I've always believed that hard work would speak for itself, but life has taught me that's not always the case. I remember pouring my heart and soul into organizing a major event at work. I stayed late, coordinated every detail, and made sure everything went smoothly. The event was a success, but when it came time for acknowledgements, my name wasn't mentioned. Instead, someone else, who had only played a minor role, received all the praise. I felt crushed. It wasn't about wanting to be in the spotlight. It was about feeling like my effort mattered. For a while, I let the bitterness linger. I replayed the scene in my head, wondering why my contributions were invisible. But then I came across a quote by Epictetus. "Don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose." It made me realize that recognition, while gratifying, is fleeting and often out of our control. That moment shifted my perspective. I asked myself, why did I do the work in the first place? The answer wasn't for applause. It was because I believed in the project and wanted it to succeed. That realization helped me let go of the resentment and focus on what truly mattered, the satisfaction of knowing I gave my best effort. Since then, I've learned to find fulfillment in the process rather than the outcome. When recognition comes, I accept it gratefully, but I no longer rely on it to validate my worth. And when it doesn't, I remind myself that my value isn't tied to others' acknowledgement. I also make an effort to recognize others' contributions whenever I can. I know firsthand how much it means, and it's a simple way to spread positivity. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to stay aligned with my values, take pride in my work, and keep growing. By focusing on these internal rewards, I've found that I don't need external validation as much anymore. Instead, I've discovered a deeper sense of purpose and peace, knowing that my effort and integrity will always speak for themselves, whether others notice or not. Offenentes överträffen. Rumors and gossip. I've experienced firsthand how damaging rumors and gossip can be. A few years ago, I was part of a team where one co-worker started spreading a false story about me. I had no idea it was happening until people started acting differently around me. More guarded, less friendly. At first I was confused, wondering what had changed. Then I overheard someone repeating the rumor, and my heart sank. It felt unfair and frustrating. I wanted to confront the person spreading it, to defend myself and set the record straight. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how futile that would be. Gossip has a life of its own. Trying to chase it down and correct every misstep would only drain my energy and likely make me seem defensive or guilty. Instead, I turn to Stoic wisdom. Marcus Aurelius advises, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This reminded me that the only thing within my control was my own integrity and actions. If I stayed consistent in living my values, the truth would eventually become clear to those who mattered. I focused on being authentic and kind, even to the person who had started the rumor. It wasn't easy, but I reminded myself that their behavior said more about them than it did about me. Over time, people saw through the falsehoods. My relationships at work improved, and my reputation healed, not because I fought the rumor, but because I lived in a way that proved it wrong. That experience taught me to rise above gossip and avoid letting it define my self-worth. It also made me more mindful about how I talk about others. Words carry weight, and I now choose to use mine to uplift rather than tear down. When I hear rumors about others, I refuse to participate, knowing how much harm they can cause. In the end, I've learned that authenticity is the best defense against gossip. By staying true to who I am and letting my actions speak louder than others' words, I've found peace in knowing that the truth always has a way of shining through. 12. Inability to accept criticism or truth. I've learned that honesty can be a double-edged sword. There was a time when I offered constructive feedback to a close friend about a project they were working on. I approached the conversation with care, pointing out areas for improvement while also praising their efforts. I thought I was helping them grow, but instead they became defensive and distant. Over time, our friendship grew strained, and I couldn't figure out why until they admitted they had taken my feedback as a personal attack. It was a tough pill to swallow. My intentions had been good, but they weren't received that way. I realized that not everyone is ready to confront uncomfortable truths or accept criticism, no matter how gently it's delivered. Sometimes, people's inability to hear the truth stems from their own fears and insecurities. Stoicism helped me navigate this. Epictetus advises, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. This reminded me that being honest, even when it's uncomfortable, is more important than being liked. I've since learned to balance honesty with empathy. Instead of assuming that everyone is ready for the truth, I now gauge whether they're open to feedback. If they are, I try to frame it in a way that feels constructive and supportive rather than critical. And if they're not, I've learned to step back and respect their journey. It's not my place to force growth on someone who isn't ready. On the flip side, I've also reflected on how I handle criticism. It's not always easy to hear, but I remind myself that feedback is an opportunity to learn and improve. When I approach criticism with curiosity instead of defensiveness, I grow stronger and more resilient. Not everyone will react positively to honesty, and that's okay. What matters is that I stay true to my values while remaining compassionate. Whether it's offering or receiving feedback, I've learned that growth takes courage, and not everyone is ready to face it. By focusing on my integrity and practicing patience, I've found a way to navigate these situations without letting them harm my relationships or my sense of self. Now that you know these 12 reasons why people might secretly hate you, you have the power to rise above negativity and protect your peace. Remember, these feelings often reflect others' inner struggles more than they do your actions. By applying the insights and Stoic wisdom we've explored today, you can navigate these challenges with clarity, confidence, and resilience. If you found this video valuable, make sure to hit the like button. It really helps more people discover this content. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an opportunity to grow wiser with us. I'd love to hear from you in the comments. What resonated most with you? Have you ever experienced situations like these, and how did you handle them? Share your takeaways and stories below. Your perspective could inspire someone else in the community. Thank you for watching, and remember, every challenge is an opportunity to grow. See you in the next video.
"12 Stoic Principles to Master the Art of Not Caring and Letting Go." Imagine this. You're scrolling through social media, bombarded by a never-ending stream of updates, likes, and comments. You feel the weight of the world's expectations, wondering why you can't just let things go and care a little less about every trivial matter. But what if I told you there's a treasure trove of ancient wisdom that holds the key to mastering the art of not caring and letting go? Welcome, fellow Stoics of the digital age. You've stumbled upon a golden treasure. No, not the latest viral meme or trending video, but timeless principles from some of history's greatest thinkers. Long before the chaos of our modern world, the Stoics lived by teachings that can guide our smartphone-filled, caffeine-driven lives. In this video, we'll explore 12 Stoic principles that are so refreshing, they might just be the antidote to the 21st century hustle. Get ready to uncover pearls of wisdom that will transform how you navigate life's challenges, helping you find peace amidst the chaos. And hey, if you're eager to discover more of these timeless insights, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell. Now let's dive into the enlightening world of Stoicism and learn how to keep calm and carry on with grace and resilience. Number 1, reflect, review, and realign. In the rush of our daily lives, we often overlook the importance of self-reflection. Yet, as Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Taking time to reflect on our actions, decisions, and their outcomes allows us to understand ourselves better. Regular introspection acts as a mirror for our souls, revealing patterns that either aid or hinder our growth. By reviewing our actions and thoughts, we can realign our paths, making necessary adjustments to lead a more fulfilled and intentional life. This practice isn't about dwelling on past mistakes, but learning from them, celebrating small victories and continuously evolving. In a world that seldom grants us pauses, embracing reflection can be our secret to inner peace and true contentment. Number 2, accept change as nature's course. Change is the only constant in life, yet we often resist it, clinging to the familiar. Epictetus, a revered Stoic philosopher, reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Life's nature is evolution, and every change, whether a job switch, a breakup, or a move, adds a unique brushstroke to the canvas of our existence. By accepting change as part of nature's course, we free ourselves from unnecessary suffering. Embracing life's fluidity and unpredictability allows us to flow with it rather than fight against it. This acceptance doesn't mean passive resignation, but an active engagement with life's ever-shifting landscape, finding growth and opportunities in every twist and turn. Number 3, control. What's within, release what's without. Imagine this, it's a rainy Tuesday morning and your cat knocks over your freshly brewed cup of tea. The old you might have fumed, blaming the universe for conspiring against you, but consider Seneca's wisdom. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. The truth is, things happen, tea spills, cats are mischievous. What's within our control? Our reactions. Instead of letting our imagination paint a gloomy day ahead, we can choose to laugh it off and brew another cup. The world will keep throwing curveballs, but the power of our reactions is entirely ours. By focusing on what we can control, our thoughts, actions, and responses, we can navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. Number 4, detach from external validation. In today's hyper-connected world, it's easy to get hooked on external validation. Every like, share, and comment becomes a measure of our self-worth. But as Epictetus wisely said, man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems. It's strange that tiny icons on a screen can dictate our mood and sense of self. Stoicism urges us to seek validation from within. Our worth should be measured by our values, actions, and character, not by online clout. The next time a post doesn't get the expected traction or someone leaves a snide comment, remember, your worth is not up for public voting. You are your own judge and jury, and true confidence comes from within. Number 5, recognize life's natural cycles. Loss is a natural part of life, be it a favorite hoodie, a cherished memory, or a loved one. Marcus Aurelius poignantly stated, "Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight." In the vast ecosystem of existence, everything has its season. Trees shed leaves only to sprout new ones, and similarly, life presents endings and beginnings. Each change teaches us, shapes us, and adds to our resilience. Rather than clinging to what was, Stoicism invites us to appreciate life's impermanence. By understanding and embracing the cycles of loss and renewal, we can live fully, love deeply, and let go gracefully, knowing that every sunset makes way for a new sunrise. Number 6, seek growth in adversity. Who hasn't faced a challenge, whether it's a difficult boss, an endless pile of bills, or a perpetually late train? It's easy to complain and wish for an easier life. However, Seneca reminds us, difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body. Challenges are life's personal gym sessions for our souls. When we encounter hurdles, instead of asking, "Why me?" we should ponder, "What is this teaching me?" Every adversity carries a lesson and a potential for growth. It's all a matter of perspective. By viewing difficulties as opportunities to strengthen our character and resilience, we can approach life with a mindset ready to say, "Bring it on." Number 7, be of service to others. Stoicism isn't just about personal enlightenment, it's also about uplifting the community. Seneca reminds us we are all bound together in a partnership. By helping others, we not only enrich their lives, but also add meaning to our own. Whether it's assisting a neighbor, volunteering, or simply being there for a friend, every act of kindness reverberates in the universe. Stoicism teaches that true fulfillment comes from being of service to others. It's not just about thriving solo, but about elevating those around us. In helping others, we find purpose and forge deeper connections, enhancing both our lives and the lives of those we touch. Number 8, cultivate inner riches. In an age dominated by opulent Instagram feeds and constant displays of affluence, it's easy to equate happiness with material gains. Yet, Seneca wisely observed, it's not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. True wealth isn't about the latest gadgets or designer labels. It's about the contentment of the soul, the richness of experiences, and the treasure of memories. Stoicism reminds us that while it's okay to enjoy life's luxuries, we shouldn't be enslaved by them. In the end, it's the stories we've woven, not the possessions we've accumulated, that truly matter. By cultivating inner riches, we find lasting fulfillment and peace. Number 9, understand and accept fate. Life, with its myriad complexities, is a blend of our efforts and the universe's designs. Epictetus advises, don't demand that things happen as you wish, but wish that they happen as they do happen. Sometimes, despite our best efforts, outcomes don't align with our expectations. Instead of being bogged down by what didn't go as planned, Stoicism nudges us to embrace what is on our plate. Acceptance of fate doesn't mean passivity. It means actively engaging with life, finding peace in the present moment, and trusting the journey. Often, the most captivating stories emerge from the most unexpected turns, and embracing fate allows us to navigate these twists with grace. Number 10, embrace the present moment. In our fast-paced world, with notifications binging every second, we often miss the beauty of the present. Marcus Aurelius wisely advised, do not let the future disturb you, for you will arrive there if you nurture your present. We spend so much time lost in thoughts about tomorrow's tasks or past regrets that we forget to live in the now. Being present isn't just about paying attention, it's about truly experiencing life. Savor your meals, listen to your friends, and feel the wind on your face. Let go of yesterday's regrets and tomorrow's anxieties. In the grand tapestry of life, it's the little moments stitched together that define our happiness. Number 11, focus on personal growth. Continuous learning and self-improvement are at the heart of a fulfilled life. The Stoics teach us that personal growth is a lifelong journey. By constantly seeking knowledge, honing our skills, and reflecting on our experiences, we become better equipped to handle life's challenges. This focus on growth isn't about perfection, but about progress. It's about becoming a better version of ourselves each day. Embrace the opportunities for learning that life presents, whether through successes or failures. By prioritizing personal development, we cultivate resilience, wisdom, and a deeper sense of purpose. Number 12, practice gratitude. In the pursuit of more, we often forget to appreciate what we already have. Practicing gratitude shifts our focus from what's lacking to what's abundant in our lives. As Seneca observed, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. By regularly expressing thankfulness for our blessings, we foster a positive outlook and inner peace. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to dissatisfaction and envy. It reminds us of the richness of our experiences and the people who make our lives meaningful. Make it a habit to reflect on and express gratitude daily, and watch as your perspective transforms. As we draw the curtain on this enlightening journey through the hallowed halls of Stoicism, take a moment to reflect on the timeless wisdom you've just encountered. These ancient principles, though forged in a different era, fit seamlessly into our frantic modern lives, proving that some truths are truly eternal. Now, I have a challenge for you. In the comments below, share which of these Stoic gems resonated with you the most. Did Seneca's profound insight strike a chord, or did Marcus Aurelius feel like your newfound confidant? Let's spark a conversation and learn from each other, deepening our understanding and appreciation of these teachings. As we draw the curtain on this enlightening journey through the hallowed halls of Stoicism, take a moment to reflect on the timeless wisdom you've just encountered. These ancient principles, though forged in a different era, fit seamlessly into our frantic modern lives, proving that some truths are truly eternal. Now, I have a challenge for you. In the comments below, share which of these Stoic gems resonated with you the most. Did Seneca's profound insight strike a chord, or did Marcus Aurelius feel like your newfound confidant? Let's spark a conversation and learn from each other, deepening our understanding and appreciation of these teachings. And celebrate surviving tough days. It means to appreciate your resilience in the face of adversity. For example, after a particularly challenging workday, take a moment to acknowledge your strength and treat yourself to a relaxing evening. 2. Avoid permanent decisions based on emotions. It means to refrain from making life-altering choices when you're in an emotionally charged state. For instance, instead of quitting your job impulsively after a heated argument with a colleague, give yourself time to cool down and assess the situation objectively. 3. Kindness returns in multiples. It means that the compassion and generosity you show others will come back to you in greater measure. A real-life example is when you help a struggling co-worker with a project, and later they go out of their way to support you during a difficult time. 4. Embrace change. It's the only constant. It means to accept and adapt to life's ever-evolving nature. For example, if your company undergoes a merger, instead of resisting the new management structure, approach it with an open mind and look for opportunities for growth. 5. Learn from past pain. It means to use your experiences of hurt and disappointment as lessons for personal growth. For instance, if a past relationship ended due to trust issues, apply that knowledge to build stronger, more transparent connections in the future. 6. Be true to yourself, even if hated for it. It means to stay authentic and stand by your values, even in the face of criticism or disapproval. A real-life example is choosing to pursue a career in the arts despite family pressure to follow a more traditional path. 7. Invest in lifelong learning. It means to continually seek knowledge and skills throughout your life. For example, attending workshops, reading books, or taking online courses to stay updated in your field or explore new interests. Artistes de boutique, c'est ça. The Titan de Tudorsakersen som. 8. Bad company is worse than none. It means that being alone is preferable to surrounding yourself with negative or toxic people. An example is choosing to spend a weekend by yourself rather than going out with friends who constantly engage in gossip or destructive behaviors. Nasin, time reveals true intentions. It means that people's genuine motives and character become apparent over time. For instance, a new acquaintance may seem charming at first, but as you interact with them more, you might discover that their actions don't align with their words. 10. Prioritize health and well-being. It means to make your physical, mental, and emotional health a top priority. Real-life applications include maintaining a balanced diet, exercising regularly, seeking therapy when needed, and setting boundaries to protect your peace of mind. 11. Control your thoughts. It means to actively manage your mindset and focus on positive, constructive thinking patterns. For example, when faced with a challenging situation, choose to view it as an opportunity for growth rather than a roadblock. 12. Embrace occasional failures. It means to accept that setbacks are a normal part of the learning and growth process. A real-life example is when an entrepreneur's first business venture doesn't succeed, but they use the experience to refine their strategy and try again. 13. Be patient. Everything comes in time. It means to trust in the natural unfolding of life and avoid rushing or forcing outcomes. For instance, when working towards a long-term goal like a degree or a promotion, stay consistent in your efforts and believe that your hard work will pay off in due course. 14. Appreciate those who value you. It means to cherish and nurture relationships with people who genuinely care for and support you. An example is making time to connect with a friend who always listens without judgment and offers encouragement during tough times. 15. Take action or face regret. It means to seize opportunities and pursue your goals, rather than letting fear or indecision hold you back. A real-life example is deciding to take a solo travel adventure despite initial hesitations and discovering a newfound sense of independence and self-confidence. 16. Silence is golden when angry. It means to refrain from speaking or acting impulsively when you're feeling frustrated or upset. For instance, if a co-worker makes a snide comment during a meeting, take a deep breath and choose to address the issue calmly and professionally later, rather than reacting in the moment. 17. Direction matters more than speed. It means that having a clear vision and purpose is more important than rushing through life aimlessly. A real-life application is taking the time to reflect on your values and passions before committing to a career path, rather than just choosing the quickest or most convenient option. 18. Learn from every experience. It means to approach life with a growth mindset and seek lessons in both positive and negative situations. For example, if a project at work doesn't go as planned, take note of what strategies didn't work and brainstorm ways to improve for future endeavors. 19. Release grudges as they poison you. It means to practice forgiveness and let go of resentment, as holding on to anger only harms your own well-being. An example is choosing to forgive a family member who wronged you in the past, not necessarily for their benefit, but to free yourself from the burden of bitterness. 20. Face fears. It means to confront your anxieties and step outside your comfort zone in order to grow and expand your horizons. A real-life example is signing up for a public speaking course despite a fear of presenting in front of others and discovering a hidden talent for communication. 21. Show interest to be interesting. It means to actively engage with others and demonstrate curiosity in their lives and perspectives. For instance, when attending a networking event, focus on asking thoughtful questions and listening attentively to the people you meet, rather than just trying to promote yourself. 22. Cultivate gratitude daily. It means to make a conscious effort to appreciate the good things in your life, no matter how small. A real-life application is keeping a gratitude journal and writing down 3 things you're thankful for each day, even on challenging days. 23. Be yourself regardless of others' opinions. It means to stay true to your authentic self and not let the judgment or expectations of others dictate your life choices. For example, if you have a quirky sense of humor, embrace it and don't feel pressured to change just to fit in with a more serious crowd. 24. Trust actions, not words. It means to base your judgments and decisions on observable behavior rather than empty promises. A real-life example is when evaluating a potential business partner. Look at their track record of follow-through and reliability, not just their persuasive pitch. 25. Pursue what you really want. It means to have the courage to go after your true desires and passions, even if it means taking risks or going against societal norms. For instance, if you've always dreamed of starting your own business, take steps to make it a reality, even if it means leaving the security of a traditional 9-to-5 job. 26. Value your time. Not everyone deserves it. It means to be selective with how you spend your time and energy, and prioritize people and activities that align with your values and goals. A real-life application is learning to say no to social invitations or requests that don't serve you in order to make room for more meaningful engagements. 27. Wealth simplifies life. It means that financial security can provide a sense of freedom and ease, allowing you to focus on other important aspects of life. For example, having a solid savings cushion can give you the flexibility to take time off work to care for a loved one, or pursue a creative project without worrying about immediate income. 28. Don't feel guilty for doing what's best for you. It means to prioritize your own well-being and make choices that align with your needs and values without feeling beholden to others' expectations or demands. A real-life example is declining an invitation to a family gathering that you know will be stressful and triggering in order to protect your mental health. 29. Create your own family. It means to build a support system of chosen loved ones, whether they be friends, partners, or mentors who provide a sense of belonging and unconditional acceptance. For instance, if you've experienced trauma or estrangement in your family of origin, cultivate close bonds with people who feel like home to you. 30. Strength comes from overcoming hurt. It means that resilience and personal growth often stem from navigating difficult experiences and emerging on the other side. A real-life example is someone who goes through a painful divorce, but uses the experience as a catalyst to rediscover their independence and build a fulfilling new chapter in their life. 31. Money isn't everything, but helps solve problems. It means that while financial success shouldn't be the sole focus of life, it can provide resources and opportunities to address challenges and improve quality of life. For instance, having a stable income can allow you to access quality healthcare, pursue education, or invest in a passion project. 32. Self-respect trumps emotions. It means to prioritize your own dignity and boundaries, even in the face of strong feelings or desires. A real-life application is choosing to end a romantic relationship that's no longer healthy or fulfilling, despite still having love for the other person. 33. Be kind, but don't let others use you. It means to approach others with compassion and generosity, but also set clear limits and avoid enabling manipulative or exploitative behavior. For example, if a friend consistently borrows money without repaying, kindly but firmly communicate your boundaries and suggest alternative resources for support. 34. Accept life's changes. It means to embrace the inevitable shifts and transitions that occur throughout the journey of life and adapt with flexibility and grace. A real-life example is when a job opportunity requires relocating to a new city. Choose to view it as an exciting adventure rather than a daunting upheaval. 35. Heal without venting to everyone. It means to be discerning about who you share your personal struggles and vulnerabilities with, and prioritize inner work and self-care in the healing process. For instance, when going through a difficult breakup, lean on a few trusted confidants for support, but also make space for solo reflection and activities that bring you peace and clarity. 36. Live life fully. It means to embrace all the joys, challenges, and possibilities that life has to offer and make the most of each moment and opportunity. A real-life application is saying yes to new experiences, like trying a foreign cuisine or learning a new skill, even if it feels intimidating at first. 37. Discipline is self-respect. It means that holding yourself accountable to your goals and values is a form of self-love and personal integrity. For example, sticking to a regular exercise routine, even when you don't feel motivated, is a way of honoring your commitment to your physical and mental well-being. 38. Stay strong even when things fall apart. It means to maintain a sense of inner resilience and hope, even in the face of setbacks or disappointments. A real-life example is when a cherished friendship ends. Allow yourself to grieve the loss, but also trust in your ability to heal and form new connections. 39. Walk your own path. It means to trust your own intuition and forge a life journey that is authentic to your unique purpose and passions. For instance, if you feel called to pursue a career in the arts, follow that path even if it doesn't align with your family's expectations or societal norms. 40. Say no without guilt. It means to set boundaries and decline requests or invitations that don't serve your well-being without feeling a sense of obligation or self-doubt. A real-life application is turning down a weekend trip with friends because you need alone time to recharge, and trusting that true friends will understand and respect your needs. 41. Avoid gossip. It means to refrain from engaging in or perpetuating negative or unverified talk about others, and instead promote a culture of respect and integrity. For example, if a co-worker tries to draw you into speculation about another colleague's personal life, gently change the subject or suggest focusing on more constructive topics. 42. Keep plans private until achieved. It means to be discerning about sharing your goals and aspirations, and wait until you've made tangible progress before announcing them to others. A real-life example is working on a novel manuscript without telling everyone in your social circle to avoid feeling pressured or discouraged by premature opinions or expectations. 43. Cherish sweet memories. It means to hold close the precious moments and experiences that bring joy and meaning to your life, and use them as a source of comfort and inspiration. For instance, when feeling homesick or lonely, reflect on happy childhood memories or times spent with loved ones to evoke a sense of warmth and connection. 44. Learn by listening to others. It means to approach interactions with an open and curious mindset and seek to understand and learn from the perspectives and experiences of those around you. A real-life application is attending a community forum on a social issue you're unfamiliar with and focusing on absorbing the insights and stories shared rather than asserting your own views. 45. Let go of anger. It means to release feelings of resentment or bitterness and choose forgiveness and peace for your own emotional freedom and well-being. For example, if a past betrayal by a friend still stirs up anger, practice letting go of the hurt and focusing on the positive relationships and experiences in your present life. 46. Everyone has limits. It means to recognize and respect the boundaries and capacities of yourself and others, and avoid placing unrealistic expectations or demands. A real-life example is when a colleague is going through a personal crisis, offer support and understanding rather than pressure them to maintain the same level of work performance. 47. Loneliness often accompanies self-improvement. It means that the journey of personal growth and self-discovery can sometimes feel isolating, as you may outgrow certain relationships or social norms. For instance, when working on overcoming addiction or negative behavior patterns, you may need to distance yourself from enabling friendships or environments, even if it means spending more time alone. 48. Choose friends wisely. It means to be discerning about the people you allow into your close circle and prioritize relationships that uplift, support, and challenge you in healthy ways. A real-life application is evaluating a new social connection based on their values, reliability, and positive influence on your life, rather than just surface-level fun or popularity. 49. Be good without proving it. It means to act with integrity and kindness for its own sake, rather than seeking validation or recognition from others. For example, volunteering at a local shelter or donating to a cause you believe in without posting about it on social media or expecting praise in return. 50. Stay patient for the best outcomes. It means to trust in the power of perseverance and timing, and avoid rushing or forcing results before their natural unfolding. A real-life example is when applying for a competitive job or program. Continue putting forth your best effort and trust that the right opportunity will come at the right time, even if it means facing rejection or delays along the way. 51. Handle adversity to succeed. It means that facing and overcoming challenges is a necessary part of achieving meaningful success and growth. For instance, if a startup business faces initial setbacks or financial struggles, view them as opportunities to learn, adapt, and build resilience rather than signs of failure. 52. Accept criticism, not disrespect. It means to be open to constructive feedback and use it as a tool for self-improvement, but also set boundaries against personal attacks or malicious comments. A real-life application is when receiving a performance review at work. Listen objectively to areas for growth while also advocating for yourself if the criticism feels unfair or biased. 53. Failure is a temporary setback. It means to view missteps or unsuccessful attempts as part of the learning process rather than a permanent reflection of your abilities or worth. For example, if you don't get accepted into your top choice college, use the experience as motivation to reassess your goals and explore alternative paths to success. 54. Focus on yourself. People come and go. It means to prioritize your own personal development and well-being rather than relying solely on external relationships for a sense of identity or purpose. A real-life example is pursuing a hobby or passion that brings you joy and fulfillment, even if it means spending less time socializing or pleasing others. 55. Be yourself despite judgment. It means to stay true to your authentic self and values, even in the face of criticism or disapproval from others. For instance, if you have a unique fashion sense or unconventional career path, embrace your individuality and trust that the right people will appreciate and support you for who you are. 56. Your dreams are your responsibility. It means that the pursuit and achievement of your aspirations ultimately depend on your own actions and commitment. A real-life application is creating a vision board or action plan for your long-term goals and holding yourself accountable to taking consistent steps towards them, rather than waiting for external validation or opportunities. 57. Control your mind or someone else will. It means to actively shape your own thoughts and beliefs, rather than allowing external influences or societal pressures to dictate your mindset. For example, if you're surrounded by negative news or social media content, make a conscious effort to seek out positive and uplifting information to maintain a balanced perspective. 58. Be loyal or stay single. It means to prioritize commitment and integrity in romantic relationships and avoid engaging in deceptive or hurtful behavior. A real-life example is choosing to have an honest conversation with your partner about your needs and boundaries, rather than seeking validation or intimacy from outside the relationship. 59. Attachment causes suffering. It means that clinging too tightly to people, possessions, or outcomes can lead to disappointment and pain when they inevitably change or disappear. For instance, if a cherished belonging gets lost or broken, practice accepting the impermanence of material things and finding contentment in the present moment. 60. Know your limits as a giver. It means to be aware of your own emotional and energetic capacity and avoid overextending yourself in the service of others. A real-life application is setting aside dedicated time for self-care and rest, even if it means saying no to additional volunteer commitments or favors for friends. 61. Overcome obstacles as long as you're alive. It means to cultivate a spirit of perseverance and determination, and trust in your ability to navigate challenges as long as you have life and hope. For example, if facing a serious health issue or financial setback, focus on taking small, manageable steps forward and finding strength in the support of loved ones and inner resilience. 62. Take finances seriously. It means to prioritize responsible money management and long-term financial planning, rather than impulsive or short-sighted spending. A real-life example is creating a budget or savings plan to work towards a major purchase or investment like a home or education, and being willing to make necessary sacrifices or lifestyle adjustments. 63. Ignore those who try to bring you down. It means to protect your self-esteem and motivation from negative or discouraging comments from others. For instance, if a family member criticizes your career choice or creative pursuits, Choose to focus on the opinions of supportive mentors or your own inner conviction, rather than internalizing the negativity. 64. Learn from losses. It means to view failures or setbacks as valuable opportunities for growth and self-reflection. A real-life application is after a failed business venture or job loss, taking time to assess what strategies or skills could be improved, and using those insights to inform future efforts and decisions. 65. Beware the power of stupid people. It means to be cautious of the potential harm or confusion that can be caused by misinformed or misguided individuals, especially in positions of influence. For example, when evaluating a news source or social media post, take time to verify the credibility and expertise of the author before accepting or sharing the information. 66. Expect nothing, appreciate everything. It means to approach life with an attitude of openness and gratitude, rather than a sense of entitlement or expectation. A real-life example is when receiving a gift or act of kindness from a friend. Express genuine appreciation for the thought and effort, regardless of the material value or personal preference. Scene 67. Loneliness often accompanies self-improvement. It means to be prepared for feelings of isolation or detachment as you grow and evolve, as your change in values and priorities may not always align with those around you. For instance, when embarking on a personal development journey, like therapy or spiritual practice, be patient with yourself if you feel disconnected from past relationships or social circles. 68. Say no firmly. It means to communicate your boundaries and decisions with clarity and confidence, without leaving room for ambiguity or pressure. A real-life application is when declining an invitation to a party or event that doesn't align with your goals or values. Express your decision politely but unequivocally, without making excuses or apologies. 69. Maintain privacy for power. It means to be selective about the personal information and vulnerabilities you share with others in order to maintain a sense of autonomy and control over your narrative. For example, when starting a new job or social circle, be mindful of the details and opinions you reveal about your past experiences or relationships until you've built a foundation of trust and rapport. 70. Not everyone will like you. That's life. It means to accept that seeking universal approval or validation is an unrealistic and unhealthy goal, and to find self-acceptance and contentment within yourself. A real-life example is when facing criticism or rejection from a peer or authority figure. Remember that their opinion is just one perspective and does not define your inherent worth or potential. 71. Agree to disagree. It means to accept and respect differences in opinions or beliefs without letting them escalate into hostile or unproductive conflict. For instance, when discussing a controversial political or social issue with a friend or colleague, focus on finding common ground and understanding each other's perspectives rather than convincing them to adopt your view. 72. Other people's opinions are irrelevant. It means to prioritize your own values, goals, and self-assessment over the judgments or expectations of others. A real-life application is when making a major life decision, like a career change or move to a new city. Trust your own intuition and research over the doubts or unsolicited advice of others. 73. Avoid going broke to impress others. It means to resist the temptation to overspend or live beyond your means in order to gain social status or acceptance. For example, when attending a wedding or event, Choose an outfit or gift that fits your budget and personal style, rather than feeling pressured to match the extravagance of others. 74. Balance success and humility. It means to strive for achievement and recognition while also maintaining a grounded and modest perspective. A real-life example is when receiving an award or promotion at work. Express gratitude for the support and contributions of your team or colleagues, rather than solely focusing on your own merits. 75. Make peace with your past. It means to process and release emotional burdens or traumas from previous experiences in order to live more fully and freely in the present. For instance, if a past relationship or family conflict still triggers feelings of anger or shame, consider seeking therapy or counseling to work through the unresolved issues and develop healthy coping strategies. 76. Value experiences over material possessions. It means to prioritize the acquisition of meaningful memories, skills, and relationships over the accumulation of physical goods or wealth. A real-life application is choosing to invest in an educational workshop or volunteer trip rather than a luxury designer item or trendy gadget. 77. Nobody likes arrogance. It means that displaying an air of superiority or self-importance is often off-putting and detrimental to forming positive connections with others. For example, when meeting new people at a social event, focus on asking questions and showing genuine interest in their lives and perspectives, rather than dominating the conversation with boasts about your own accomplishments. 78. Stay calm for clearer thinking. It means to cultivate a state of mental and emotional equilibrium in order to make more rational and effective decisions. A real-life example is when facing a high-pressure situation at work, like a tight deadline or unexpected crisis. Take a few deep breaths and gather all relevant information before reacting or committing to a course of action. 79. Heartbreak can improve your vision. It means that the pain and disillusionment of a failed relationship can ultimately lead to greater self-awareness, resilience, and clarity about your needs and boundaries. For instance, after a difficult breakup, take time to reflect on the patterns or red flags you may have overlooked and use those insights to guide your future partnerships and self-growth. 80. Don't over-explain. People hear what they want. It means to communicate your thoughts and decisions with clarity and concision, without feeling the need to justify or defend yourself excessively. A real-life application is when setting a boundary with a pushy salesperson or acquaintance. Simply state your position or preference firmly and succinctly, without engaging in prolonged arguments or negotiations. 81. Master yourself for true power. It means that the greatest source of influence and control comes from self-awareness, discipline, and emotional regulation, rather than external force or manipulation. For example, when navigating a challenging relationship or conflict, focus on managing your own reactions and behavior in a manner that aligns with your values and goals, rather than trying to change or control the other person. It's a day deep dance teaching. 82. Surround yourself with better people. It means to cultivate relationships and environments that inspire, challenge, and uplift you to grow and succeed. A real-life example is joining a professional network or mentorship program in your field, where you can connect with experienced and accomplished individuals who can offer guidance, encouragement, and constructive feedback. 83. Honesty earns trust. And it means that consistently telling the truth and following through on your word is essential for building credibility and respect in your relationships. For instance, if you make a mistake or fall short on a commitment, Own up to it promptly and sincerely, and take steps to make amends and prevent future occurrences. 84. Stress teaches lasting lessons. It means that difficult or uncomfortable experiences can often provide valuable insights and skills for personal and professional development. A real-life application is when dealing with a demanding boss or challenging work project. Look for opportunities to learn new problem-solving strategies, communication techniques, or coping mechanisms that can benefit you in the long run. 85. Believe actions over words. It means to place more weight on observable behavior and follow-through than on verbal promises or claims. For example, when evaluating a potential romantic partner or business collaborator, pay attention to how their actions align with their stated values and commitments over time, rather than being swayed by initial charm or persuasion. 86. Be forgiving and understanding, but not foolish. It means to approach conflicts and mistakes with empathy and grace, while also maintaining appropriate boundaries and expectations. A real-life example is when a friend or family member repeatedly flakes on plans or borrows money without repaying. Express your care and concern for their well-being, but also set clear limits on your availability and resources. 87. Don't compare your journey to others. It means to focus on your own path and progress, rather than measuring yourself against the timelines or achievements of those around you. For instance, if you're working towards a personal goal, like learning a new language or saving for a down payment, celebrate your own milestones and efforts, even if they differ from the pace or outcomes of your peers. 88. Learn from every day. It means to approach each day with a mindset of curiosity, open-mindedness, and reflection in order to extract wisdom and growth from both positive and negative experiences. A real-life application is keeping a daily journal or gratitude practice where you can record insights, challenges, and breakthroughs and track your own evolution over time. 89. Your life is your responsibility. It means that you are ultimately accountable for the choices, actions, and consequences that shape your life journey, rather than blaming external factors or individuals. For example, if you're unhappy with your current job or living situation, take proactive steps to explore alternative options or make necessary changes, rather than waiting for circumstances to shift on their own. 90. Society's advice often lacks insight. It means to be discerning about the social norms, expectations, and recommendations that are widely accepted or promoted, as they may not always align with your unique needs, values, or context. A real-life example is when considering a major life transition, like getting married or having children. Trust your own instincts and priorities over the generalized timelines or pressures of cultural traditions or media depictions. 91. Be grateful for small things. It means to cultivate a sense of appreciation and contentment for the everyday blessings and comforts in your life, rather than always striving for more or comparing yourself to others. For instance, when feeling stressed or overwhelmed, take a moment to savor a simple pleasure, like a warm cup of tea or a beautiful sunset, and let that gratitude ground and recharge you. 92. Use solitude to reconnect with yourself. It means to carve out intentional time and space for self-reflection, introspection, and personal growth, away from the distractions and demands of social interactions. A real life application is scheduling regular solo dates or retreats where you can engage in activities that nurture your mind, body, and spirit, like reading, hiking, or practicing a creative hobby. 93. Stay patient for the best outcomes. It means to trust in the natural unfolding of your journey and avoid rushing or forcing results before their optimal timing. For example, when working towards a significant goal, like launching a business or finding a life partner, focus on consistent effort and self-improvement rather than getting discouraged by temporary setbacks or delays. 94. Start now to change your ending. It means that the choices and actions you take in the present moment have the power to shape your future circumstances and outcomes. A real-life example is when facing a health scare or wake-up call. Use that motivation to make immediate changes to your lifestyle or habits, rather than waiting for a more convenient or comfortable time to start. 95. Heal without venting to everyone. It means to be selective and discerning about the people and spaces you share your personal struggles and vulnerabilities with, in order to protect your privacy and energy. For instance, when processing a painful experience or trauma, seek out the support of a trusted therapist, mentor, or confidant, rather than broadcasting your story to casual acquaintances or public forums. 96. Keep some things to yourself. Many don't care. It means to be mindful of the emotional labor and vulnerability involved in self-disclosure, and to reserve your innermost thoughts and feelings for those who have earned your trust and investment. A real-life application is when navigating a challenging work situation or personal dilemma. Be judicious about the colleagues or friends you confide in, based on their track record of empathy, discretion, and constructive feedback. 97. Do things alone if necessary. It means to cultivate self-reliance and independence, and to be willing to pursue your goals and interests even without the validation or participation of others. For example, if you've always wanted to travel to a particular destination or attend a specific event, but can't find a compatible companion, consider embarking on the adventure solo, and trust in your ability to navigate and enjoy the experience on your own terms. 98. Trust the process and work hard. It means to have faith in the value and necessity of consistent effort and dedication, even when the path or outcomes are uncertain or challenging. A real-life example is when learning a new skill or working towards a promotion. Commit to showing up and giving your best each day, and trust that your cumulative growth and contributions will be recognized and rewarded in due time. 99. Never take anything personally. It means to maintain a healthy sense of detachment and perspective when faced with criticism, rejection, or conflict, and to recognize that others' actions and opinions are often more reflective of their own issues and projections than of your inherent worth or abilities. For instance, if a customer or client is rude or dismissive towards you, choose to respond with professionalism and empathy, rather than taking the interaction as a personal affront or failure. 100. Survive your thoughts to survive anything. It means that your mindset and inner dialogue have a profound impact on your resilience, adaptability, and overall well-being, and that cultivating mental strength and flexibility is key to navigating life's ups and downs. A real-life application is when facing a major setback or disappointment, like a job loss or relationship breakup. Practice reframing negative self-talk and catastrophic thinking into more realistic and hopeful perspectives, and focus on the resources and options you still have available to cope and move forward.
Here are 10 terrible signs. You're being gaslighted. You might think you'd recognize manipulation when it happens, but gaslighting is so subtle that it can make you question everything, even your own reality. It's not just about someone lying to you. Gaslighting is designed to erode your confidence, isolate you, and make you feel like you're losing your grip on what's real. Have you ever felt like you're apologizing for things you didn't do, doubting memories you were sure about, or wondering if you're too sensitive? You're not alone, and it's not in your head. This form of manipulation is more common than you think, and the damage it causes can be devastating. In this video, we'll walk through 10 clear and unmistakable signs of gaslighting, using real-life examples to help you identify these tactics. If you've ever felt confused, isolated, or trapped in a relationship, this might explain why. And by the end, you'll have the tools to recognize gaslighting and take the first steps toward breaking free. Let's dive in. 1. You constantly question your memory. Gaslighting often starts subtly, planting seeds of doubt about your memory. Imagine this. You clearly recall discussing weekend plans with your partner. You suggested going to a new restaurant, and they agreed. However, when the weekend arrives, they insist you never mentioned it. You must have dreamed that up, they say with a dismissive laugh. You replay the conversation in your mind, wondering if you truly imagined it. Another example might be at work. You distinctly remember your manager assigning you a task during a meeting, but later they claim they assigned it to someone else and that you misunderstood. You second-guess yourself, even though you made a note of it right after the meeting. This repeated denial of your reality creates a pattern. The gaslighter's goal is to make you question your memory so much that you begin to rely on their version of events over your own. Over time, you might start to feel like your memory is faulty, even when you've always trusted it before. It's crucial to recognize this pattern. A healthy relationship, whether with a partner, friend, or colleague, doesn't involve dismissing or rewriting your reality. If you're being told you're imagining things or that never happened, ask yourself, does this happen often? Does it make you feel confused or doubtful about things you know to be true? Keeping a journal can help. Write down key conversations and events as they happen. If someone later tries to tell you it didn't happen that way, you'll have a record to validate your memory. Gaslighting thrives on confusion and self-doubt, but with awareness and self-trust, you can start to see through the manipulation. Recognizing the signs is the first step toward reclaiming your confidence. 2. You find yourself apologizing too often. One of the clearest signs of gaslighting is the growing compulsion to apologize for things you didn't even do. The gaslighter manipulates situations to make you feel at fault, even when they're the one causing harm. For example, let's say you planned a dinner party and spent hours preparing. The gaslighter shows up late without explanation, and when you express frustration, they turn the tables. You're always so dramatic about these things. Maybe I wouldn't be late if you weren't so controlling. Suddenly you're apologizing for expecting them to be on time, even though their behavior was the issue. Another instance could occur in a friendship. You tell a close friend that something they said hurt your feelings. Instead of apologizing, they respond with, "You're way too sensitive. I was just joking." Now, instead of feeling validated, you're apologizing for taking offense. Over time, this pattern erodes your sense of self-worth. You start to internalize the idea that you're overly emotional, overly demanding, or just not good enough. You apologize not just to the gaslighter, but to others in your life, often feeling like a burden in situations where you're not at fault. If you notice this in yourself, take a step back and ask, why am I apologizing? Was this situation truly my fault? Start paying attention to how often you apologize and whether the apology feels warranted. This behavior isn't a reflection of who you are. It's a symptom of emotional manipulation. The next time you're tempted to apologize unnecessarily, pause. Instead, express your feelings assertively. I feel hurt when this happens, and I need us to address it. Reclaiming your voice is a powerful step in breaking free from the gaslighter's grip. 3. You feel isolated. Gaslighting often involves subtle tactics to isolate you from friends, family, or anyone who might validate your experiences or challenge the gaslighter's control. This isolation creates dependency, leaving you more vulnerable to their manipulation. For instance, imagine you're excited to meet a close friend after a long time, but your partner begins making comments like, "Why do you even hang out with them? They don't really care about you." Or they might say, "I don't trust them. They're a bad influence on you." Over time, these remarks may cause you to second-guess your friendships, leading you to withdraw from people who could offer support. At work, this can happen when a manipulative colleague tells you, "The team doesn't really think you're contributing much." They might discourage you from seeking feedback from others, subtly driving a wedge between you and the rest of your team. This isolates you professionally, making you rely solely on their distorted version of reality. Gaslighters also use this tactic with family. They may make offhand comments like, "Your parents never really understood you, did they?" Or, "Your sibling always seemed jealous of you." These remarks plant doubts about your closest relationships, pushing you further into isolation. When you're cut off from external support, the gaslighter's influence becomes stronger. You may start to feel like they're the only person you can rely on, even as they undermine your sense of self. To combat this, actively seek connection with those who uplift and support you. Reach out to friends or family you've drifted from, even if it feels difficult. Sharing your experiences with a trusted person can help break the cycle of isolation. Remember, isolation is a tool of control. Staying connected is your way out. 4. Your confidence has plummeted. Gaslighting often chips away at your self-esteem, leaving you doubting your abilities, decisions, and worth. Over time, you may find yourself hesitating to take initiative or make choices because you fear getting it wrong, or worse, being criticized by the gaslighter. For example, imagine you're proud of completing a big project at work. You share your excitement with a colleague who's been undermining you, and they respond with something like, "It's not that impressive. Anyone could have done that." Suddenly, your sense of accomplishment deflates, and you start questioning whether your hard work even mattered. In relationships, a gaslighter might belittle your contributions or mock your ideas in subtle ways. You suggest trying a new hobby or planning a trip, only to hear, "That's a dumb idea. I don't know why you'd think that would work." Even if it's framed as a joke, the constant dismissiveness makes you second-guess yourself, and eventually you stop sharing your ideas altogether. This loss of confidence can creep into everyday decisions. You might start overthinking simple choices, what to wear, what to cook, or how to respond in conversations, because the gaslighter has made you feel like you can't do anything right. You might even start seeking their approval for things you once handled confidently on your own. To rebuild your confidence, begin by recognizing your own strengths and achievements. Keep a journal of your accomplishments, big or small, and revisit it whenever you feel self-doubt creeping in. Surround yourself with people who value and respect you, as their support can help counter the negativity. Most importantly, Remember that the gaslighter's criticism reflects their need for control, not your actual worth. By reclaiming your self-belief, you take a critical step toward breaking free from their influence. 5. They twist the truth. Gaslighters are experts at twisting the truth to suit their narrative, leaving you confused and questioning reality. They'll take a situation where they're clearly in the wrong and distort the facts until you're unsure of what really happened. For example, let's say they blatantly lied about something. Perhaps they said they were working late, but you later find out they were out with friends. When confronted, instead of admitting the lie, they respond with, "You're always suspicious of me. No wonder I didn't tell you. You would have overreacted." Suddenly, the focus shifts from their dishonesty to your supposed overreaction, making you feel guilty for even bringing it up. Another scenario could involve a family disagreement. Imagine you catch them criticizing you to a relative. When you bring it up, they twist the situation. "I was defending you, actually. They were saying much worse things about you, but of course, you only hear what you want to hear." By distorting the truth, they create a reality where they appear as the victim or hero, and you're left feeling confused and even apologetic. Over time, this constant manipulation erodes your ability to trust your own perceptions. You might start second-guessing yourself, thinking, "Did I really misunderstand? Am I being too sensitive?" This confusion gives the gaslighter even more power over you. To counter this, document specific events or conversations as they happen. Keep a record of what was said or done, so when the gaslighter tries to twist the truth, you have clear evidence to ground yourself. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. By recognizing and challenging these manipulations, you can begin to reclaim your sense of clarity and truth. They dismiss your feelings. Gaslighters are quick to invalidate your emotions, making you feel as though your feelings are irrational or unimportant. Over time, this dismissal can lead you to suppress your emotions altogether, convinced they aren't valid. For example, imagine you share that you're upset because they forgot an important date, like your anniversary. Instead of acknowledging your feelings, they respond with, "You're being ridiculous. It's just a date. It doesn't mean anything." This not only minimizes your emotions, but shifts the blame onto you for caring in the first place. Another instance might occur when you express frustration over being ignored in conversations. You say, "I feel like you don't listen to me," and they counter with, "You're always exaggerating. You're so needy." Instead of addressing your concerns, they make you feel guilty for even having them. This repeated invalidation teaches you to doubt your emotional responses. You might start thinking, "Maybe I am too sensitive. Maybe I'm overreacting." Over time, you suppress your feelings to avoid criticism, which only deepens the gaslighter's control over you. Healthy relationships involve mutual respect for each other's emotions. Even if someone doesn't fully understand your feelings, they acknowledge and respect them. Gaslighters, on the other hand, use dismissal as a tool to maintain power, ensuring you feel isolated and unsupported. To combat this, remind yourself that your emotions are valid, regardless of whether the gaslighter acknowledges them. Practice naming and owning your feelings without apology. "I feel hurt, and that's important." Seek out friends, family, or a therapist who will listen and affirm your experiences. Validation from a trusted source can help you rebuild your confidence and resist the urge to suppress your emotions. You deserve to be heard and respected. 7. You feel constantly confused. A key tactic of gaslighting is creating a fog of confusion. The gaslighter's ever-changing stories, contradictory statements, and denial of events leave you questioning your perception of reality. Over time, you feel trapped in a cycle of doubt and frustration. For example, they might promise something significant, like attending an important event with you. When they fail to show up, you confront them, only to hear, "I never said I'd go to that. You must have misunderstood." You're left wondering if you misremembered the entire conversation, even though you were sure of it just moments ago. Another example is when they contradict themselves. They might criticize you for spending too much time with friends, but when you stay home, they accuse you of being boring or antisocial. No matter what you do, they find a way to twist the situation, leaving you feeling like you can't win. This constant uncertainty affects your mental well-being. You may start questioning even simple things. Did I really hear them correctly? Am I making things worse? This confusion is exactly what the gaslighter wants. It keeps you off balance and more likely to depend on their version of reality. To regain clarity, write things down as they happen. Document important conversations and decisions so you can revisit them if they try to rewrite history. Sharing your experiences with a trusted friend or therapist can also help validate your perceptions and break the cycle of confusion. Most importantly, trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Gaslighters thrive on making you doubt yourself, but by recognizing their tactics and reinforcing your own sense of reality, you can begin to see through the manipulation and regain your confidence. 8. They use your insecurities against you. Gaslighters are skilled at identifying your vulnerabilities and exploiting them to maintain control. They subtly or overtly weaponize your insecurities, using them to manipulate your emotions and actions. For example, if you've shared that you're self-conscious about your appearance, a gaslighter might make backhanded compliments like, "You look nice, but that outfit would be better if you lost a little weight." On the surface, it sounds like a helpful suggestion, but it's designed to deepen your insecurity and make you feel inadequate. In a work setting, a manipulative colleague might say, "You're great at what you do, but you're not really leadership material." This preys on any doubts you may have about your abilities and subtly undermines your confidence. You might start avoiding opportunities for growth, believing you're not good enough. In relationships, they might exploit your desire for connection. For instance, if you've shared a fear of being abandoned, they might say, "No one else would put up with you the way I do," making you feel like you're lucky to have them, even as they treat you poorly. This tactic leaves you feeling powerless and overly reliant on their approval, as they've convinced you that your insecurities define you. To counter this, remind yourself that everyone has insecurities. It's part of being human, but they don't define your worth. Surround yourself with people who uplift and support you, rather than exploit your vulnerabilities. If possible, seek out a therapist or coach to help you rebuild your confidence and recognize your strengths. Remember, your insecurities are not a weakness to be exploited. They're opportunities for growth and self-acceptance. By acknowledging and owning them, you take away the gaslighter's power and start reclaiming your self-worth. 9. They play the victim. Gaslighters often deflect accountability by portraying themselves as the victim, even when they're the ones at fault. This tactic shifts the focus away from their behavior, making you feel guilty for even bringing up an issue. For instance, let's say you confront them about breaking a promise, like not showing up to an event you planned together. Instead of addressing the broken promise, they respond with something like, "Do you know how hard my week has been? I can't believe you'd attack me over something so small when I'm already under so much stress." Suddenly, you're comforting them instead of addressing your own hurt. In another example, you might point out a pattern of disrespectful behavior, such as frequent interruptions during conversations. Instead of taking responsibility, they turn the tables. "I only interrupt because you never listen to me. Do you know how frustrating that is for me?" Now, you're questioning whether you've been unfair and apologizing for something they created. This victim mentality can extend to their relationships with others, too. They might claim their boss is out to get them, or that their friends have abandoned them for no reason, subtly painting themselves as someone constantly wronged by the world. This reinforces their narrative and keeps you feeling guilty for adding to their problems. To break free from this dynamic, practice recognizing the pattern. When they deflect and play the victim, gently steer the conversation back to the issue at hand. For example, you could say, "I understand you've been stressed, but I need us to focus on how this situation made me feel." It's crucial to remember that everyone has challenges, but genuine victims don't manipulate others with their struggles. By staying grounded in your feelings and refusing to accept misplaced blame, you take a step toward regaining control. 10. You feel trapped in the relationship. One of the most painful signs of gaslighting is the feeling of being stuck, as though there's no way out of the relationship or situation. The gaslighter's manipulation has created a dependency that makes leaving seem impossible, even when you recognize the harm. For example, the gaslighter might convince you that you're incapable of managing without them. They'll say things like, "You'd never survive on your own," or "No one else would love you the way I do." These statements prey on your fears and insecurities, making you feel unworthy and powerless. Another way they trap you is by creating an illusion of unpredictability. They alternate between moments of kindness and cruelty, keeping you hooked with the hope that things will improve. After a heated argument, where they dismiss your feelings, they might turn around and say, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. You're everything to me." This cycle keeps you invested, always waiting for the good moments to return. In friendships or professional relationships, gaslighters may leverage shared responsibilities or connections to keep you tethered. They might say, "If you leave, you'll destroy everything we've worked for," or guilt-trip you with statements like, "I thought you were loyal." The result? You feel paralyzed, torn between staying in the toxic relationship or risking the unknown. To overcome this, remind yourself that feeling trapped is part of their strategy. It's not reality. Seek support from trusted friends, family, or professionals who can help you see your options clearly. Build an action plan, even if it's small steps, like setting boundaries or consulting with a counselor. Remember, you are stronger than the gaslighter wants you to believe. Freedom begins with recognizing that you deserve better and taking steps, no matter how small, to reclaim your life. Gaslighting is one of the most insidious forms of manipulation, but recognizing the signs is the first step toward breaking free and reclaiming your confidence. If any of these points resonated with you, remember, you're not alone, and help is always within reach. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it to let us know. Make sure to subscribe so you never miss more content like this that empowers and informs. We'd love to hear from you. What signs stood out to you the most? Have you experienced gaslighting before? Share your thoughts, experiences, or takeaways in the comments below. Your insights could help others who are going through the same struggles. Thank you for watching, and remember, you deserve relationships that uplift and respect you. Stay strong, stay wise, and we'll see you in the next video.
Have you ever wondered how some people stay calm in the eye of the storm, while the rest of us can barely stand up in a breeze? Today, we're diving into the secret world of Stoic women, silent warriors of serenity, and discovering how they turn storms into gentle breezes. This isn't just another video, it's a key that can unlock a strength within you that you didn't even know existed. Imagine a woman who faces life's fiercest challenges with unwavering calmness, whose presence alone can turn chaos into order. These are the Stoic women, figures who break with conventional expectations and invite us to dive into an ocean of ancient wisdom. They are beacons in the storm, remaining firm, controlled, and serene, even when life's waves try to knock them down. In this journey, we'll uncover the virtues that make these women so fascinating and admirable. From self-confidence and direct communication to adaptability and compassion, each virtue we explore is a vital tool for navigating the tumultuous seas of everyday life. We'll delve into vivid examples that illustrate how these qualities manifest in real-world scenarios, offering you insights that can transform your own life. So are you ready to embark on this adventure of self-discovery and exploration? Let's unravel the secrets of these extraordinary women, understand how they apply Stoic teachings in their lives, and perhaps find inspiration to tread our own path with more wisdom, resilience, and independence. 1. Enigmatic nature, a mysterious aura that invites deeper understanding. Stoic women possess an enigmatic nature that captures attention and curiosity. Their presence exudes a calm strength, a quiet confidence that doesn't need to shout for recognition. Picture a serene lake at dawn. Its surface is still, reflecting the sky's colors. Yet beneath the calm water lies a world of depth and activity. Similarly, a Stoic woman's mysterious aura invites others to look closer, to seek understanding beyond the obvious. Take, for instance, a woman named Emma. At work, she remains composed and focused, even during high-pressure meetings. She listens more than she speaks, and when she does contribute, her words are thoughtful and impactful. Her colleagues often find themselves pondering her insights long after the meeting has ended. Emma's calm demeanor and measured responses make her an intriguing figure. People are drawn to her not because she demands attention, but because she naturally commands it. This enigmatic quality is not about being aloof or distant. It's about cultivating a presence that encourages others to engage more deeply. Emma's co-workers feel a sense of peace and clarity when working with her, even when tackling complex projects. Her ability to remain steady and introspective amidst chaos creates a stabilizing force in her team. Furthermore, Emma's enigmatic nature fosters an environment where meaningful connections can flourish. Her colleagues feel comfortable approaching her for advice, knowing she will listen without judgment and offer thoughtful guidance. This creates a culture of trust and mutual respect, where people are encouraged to be their authentic selves. In essence, a Stoic woman's mysterious aura is a powerful tool that not only sets her apart, but also invites those around her to explore their own depths, leading to richer and more profound interactions. 2. Inner peace and mindfulness, maintaining calm and centered state. Stoic women practice mindfulness and cultivate inner peace by focusing on the present moment and letting go of things outside their control. Imagine Sarah, who, despite juggling a demanding job and family responsibilities, remains calm and composed. Every morning she spends a few minutes in meditation, grounding herself in the present. This practice allows her to approach each day with clarity and serenity. During a particularly stressful workday, when deadlines loom and pressure mounts, Sarah maintains her composure. Her colleagues, frazzled and anxious, notice her calm demeanor and are inspired to take a step back and breathe. Sarah's ability to stay centered amidst chaos becomes a beacon of tranquility, illustrating how mindfulness can transform stress into manageable tasks. 3. Natural leadership, leading by example. Stoic women lead by example, inspiring others through their integrity and strength. Consider Maria, a project manager known for her unwavering ethical standards. She consistently delivers results and treats her team with respect and fairness. Her leadership style is not about exerting power, but about fostering a collaborative and supportive environment. Maria's team flourishes under her guidance. When faced with a challenging project, her calm and rational approach helps the team navigate obstacles with confidence. Her ability to remain level-headed and decisive, even under pressure, instills trust and loyalty. Maria's leadership proves that true influence comes from example, not authority. 4. Self-confidence, an inner compass. A Stoic woman's self-confidence is rooted in deep self-knowledge and acceptance. Take Anna, who, despite facing numerous rejections in her career as a writer, remains confident in her abilities. She understands her worth and is not swayed by external opinions. Anna's self-assurance stems from her dedication to honing her craft and her belief in her unique voice. When Anna finally publishes her book, it receives critical acclaim. Her journey illustrates the self-confidence, when anchored in genuine self-awareness, becomes an unshakable foundation that guides one through life's uncertainties. 5. Non-judgmental approach, listening and understanding. Stoic women listen and understand without haste, making them valued confidence. Imagine Lydia, who is often sought out by friends and colleagues for her ability to listen without rushing to judgment. When a friend confides in her about a personal dilemma, Lydia listens attentively, offering empathy and thoughtful advice without imposing her own opinions. This non-judgmental approach creates a safe space for others to share their thoughts and feelings. Lydia's friends appreciate her ability to understand complex situations without jumping to conclusions, fostering deeper and more meaningful relationships. 6. Strength in adversity, accepting and growing. Stoic women accept and grow from struggles, demonstrating resilience. Think of Emily, who faces a significant personal setback when her business fails. Instead of succumbing to despair, she views the failure as a learning opportunity. Emily analyzes what went wrong, learns from her mistakes, and starts anew with greater wisdom and determination. Her resilience becomes a source of inspiration for others facing similar challenges. Emily's story highlights that strength is not about avoiding difficulties, but about embracing them and emerging stronger. 7. Compassion and empathy, balancing emotional strength. Stoic women balance emotional strength with a deep sense of compassion and empathy. Consider Jane, a nurse who works long hours in a busy hospital. Despite the emotional toll of her job, she approaches each patient with genuine compassion. Jane's empathy allows her to connect deeply with those she cares for, offering comfort and support. Her ability to balance her own emotional well-being with the needs of her patients exemplifies the profound impact of compassion in caregiving. Jane's empathy not only aids her patient's recovery, but also enriches her own life with purpose and fulfillment. 8. Aversion to gossip, building community. Stoic women choose words that build rather than destroy, strengthening community bonds. Take Rachel, who refrains from participating in workplace gossip. When colleagues start discussing a contentious rumor, Rachel skillfully redirects the conversation to more positive and productive topics. Her refusal to engage in gossip fosters a more respectful and supportive work environment. Rachel's actions demonstrate that integrity in communication can build stronger, more cohesive communities. 9. Adaptability, adjusting to changes. Stoic women have the ability to adjust to changes and find new paths in times of turbulence. Imagine Lucy, who faces an unexpected career change when her company downsizes. Instead of panicking, Lucy embraces the change as an opportunity to explore new interests and skills. She takes up online courses and eventually transitions into a new field that she finds fulfilling. Lucy's adaptability illustrates that true strength lies not in rigidity, but in the ability to flow with life's changes and find new opportunities in the face of adversity. 10. Direct communication, clarity, and purpose. Stoic women communicate with clarity and purpose, fostering genuine and effective interactions. Consider Megan, who in meetings speaks directly and thoughtfully, ensuring her points are clear and concise. Her colleagues appreciate her straightforwardness, which eliminates misunderstandings and promotes efficiency. Megan's direct communication style builds trust and respect, as her team knows they can rely on her to be honest and transparent. This approach not only enhances teamwork, but also drives progress and innovation. As we wrap up our exploration of Stoic women, their unique virtues stand out as powerful tools for navigating life's challenges. These women, from their enigmatic aura to their unwavering resilience, offer lessons that can profoundly transform our lives. Mindfulness and inner peace help us stay calm amidst chaos. Natural leadership inspires and uplifts without exerting power. Self-confidence shows the value of deep self-awareness and acceptance. A non-judgmental approach fosters deeper connections, while resilience in adversity teaches us to grow from setbacks. Compassion and empathy highlight the importance of caring for others while maintaining emotional strength. An aversion to gossip strengthens community bonds, and adaptability helps navigate life's changes gracefully. Direct communication fosters trust and efficiency, while the balance of emotion and reason reminds us that feeling deeply and thinking clearly are complementary. By integrating these Stoic principles into our lives, we too can face life's storms with wisdom, strength, and grace. Thank you for joining us on this journey. If you found this exploration valuable, please subscribe and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's continue to grow and become a little more stoic each day. Have you ever felt trapped in the shadows of your own mind, struggling to find a way out of the darkness of depression? What if you could draw strength and wisdom from one of history's greatest philosophers to overcome this battle? Welcome to Wiser, your source of timeless insights for modern challenges. Today, we're diving deep into the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, to uncover how his profound wisdom can help you navigate and overcome depression. In this video, we'll explore the practical and powerful strategies Marcus Aurelius used to maintain his mental resilience amidst the pressures of ruling an empire. We'll show you how to apply these timeless principles to your own life, helping you find clarity, inner peace, and the strength to rise above your struggles. Join us on this transformative journey, and let's discover how the ancient wisdom of Marcus Aurelius can illuminate your path to overcoming depression. Are you ready to harness the power of Stoic philosophy to regain control of your mental well-being? Let's dive in. 1. Seeking help. Asking for help when needed. Recognizing the need for assistance and actively seeking it out is not a sign of weakness, but rather a demonstration of wisdom and strength. Even the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius, despite his immense wisdom and power, believed in the importance of seeking help. In his meditations, he often reflected on the guidance he received from others and how it shaped his thoughts and actions. Consider a modern example. Jane, a successful professional, found herself overwhelmed by the demands of her job and personal life. Despite her achievements, she felt isolated and stressed. Recognizing her limits, she decided to consult a mentor and a therapist. These professionals provided her with strategies to manage her workload and emotional well-being. Jane's willingness to seek help transformed her approach to challenges, enabling her to maintain her performance while achieving a healthier work-life balance. By asking for help, we tap into a wealth of knowledge and experience beyond our own. It allows us to gain new perspectives and solutions that we might not have considered. This approach fosters resilience and growth as we learn from the insights and support of those around us. Embracing the act of seeking help can thus lead to profound personal development and improved mental health. 2. Self-improvement and growth, continuous learning and adaptation. Continuous self-improvement and growth are essential for transforming adversity into opportunities for development. This principle aligns with the teachings of Stoic philosophers who emphasize the importance of learning from every experience. For instance, Seneca advised his readers to welcome challenges as opportunities to practice virtue. Take John, an entrepreneur who faced numerous setbacks in his career. Instead of viewing these obstacles as failures, John saw them as lessons. When his first startup failed, he analyzed what went wrong and enrolled in business management courses to enhance his skills. This dedication to learning and growth helped him launch a successful second venture. By viewing adversity as a catalyst for self-improvement, John turned potential setbacks into stepping stones for success. Self-improvement isn't limited to professional skills. Personal growth, such as developing better communication or emotional intelligence, can also enrich one's life. For example, learning to manage stress through mindfulness or improving relationships through empathetic communication can lead to a more fulfilling and balanced life. Embracing continuous learning ensures that we are always evolving, better equipped to face life's challenges with confidence and resilience. 3. Service and compassion. Shifting focus from self to others. Helping others not only benefits those in need, but also significantly alleviates our own struggles. Shifting our focus from self-centered concerns to acts of service and compassion can provide a sense of purpose and connection. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of contributing to the common good as a fundamental duty. Consider Emma, who struggled with feelings of loneliness and depression. She decided to volunteer at a local shelter, offering her time and skills to help others. Through this act of service, Emma found a renewed sense of purpose. The gratitude and connections she formed with the people she helped brought her joy and significantly improved her mental health. By focusing on the needs of others, Emma alleviated her own emotional burdens and found fulfillment. Service can take many forms, from volunteering to simply being there for a friend in need. Acts of kindness, no matter how small, can create ripples of positivity that enhance both our lives and the lives of those we touch. By cultivating a mindset of compassion and service, we can overcome personal challenges and contribute to a more connected and supportive community. 4. Acceptance and perspective. Embracing life's imperfections. Recognizing and accepting life's challenges and imperfections is crucial for preventing disappointment and fostering resilience. Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. Epictetus, a prominent Stoic philosopher, emphasized that our perceptions shape our experiences. Imagine Sarah, who faced an unexpected job loss. Instead of succumbing to despair, she chose to view the situation as an opportunity to pursue a new career path she was passionate about. By accepting the reality of her circumstances and shifting her perspective, Sarah was able to navigate this difficult period with resilience and optimism. This acceptance allowed her to transform a seemingly negative experience into a positive turning point in her life. Acceptance doesn't mean passive resignation. It's about acknowledging reality and taking proactive steps within our control. For instance, if we encounter a traffic jam, instead of getting frustrated, we can use the time to listen to an informative podcast or practice deep breathing. This shift in perspective can turn a potentially stressful situation into a productive or relaxing one. 5. Duty and purpose. Finding fulfillment in contributions. Fulfilling one's duties and contributing to the common good helps shift focus from personal woes to a larger purpose. This Stoic principle underscores the importance of aligning our actions with our values and responsibilities. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about the fulfillment derived from performing one's role in society with integrity and dedication. Consider David, a teacher who found meaning in his work by focusing on the impact he had on his students' lives. Despite facing numerous challenges, such as long hours and limited resources, David's sense of duty and purpose motivated him to persevere. By dedicating himself to his students' growth and success, he found profound satisfaction and resilience in his role. When we align our actions with a sense of duty and purpose, we cultivate a deeper connection to our work and community. This perspective helps us navigate personal struggles by reminding us that our contributions matter. Whether through professional responsibilities, family roles, or community involvement, finding purpose in our duties can provide a powerful source of motivation and fulfillment. 6. Practical exercises, tools for maintaining perspective. Journaling and reflecting on one's thoughts are effective tools for maintaining perspective and coping with difficulties. Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius often used writing as a means to clarify their thoughts and reinforce their principles. Emily, for example, began a daily journaling practice to manage her anxiety. Each night, she would reflect on her day, noting her achievements, challenges, and what she learned. This practice helped her identify patterns in her thinking and behavior, allowing her to address negative thoughts more constructively. Over time, journaling became a therapeutic tool that provided Emily with clarity and a sense of control over her emotions. In addition to journaling, other practical exercises like mindfulness meditation, gratitude lists, and setting daily intentions can enhance mental resilience. These practices help ground us in the present moment and reinforce positive thinking patterns. By regularly engaging in these exercises, we can develop a more balanced and resilient mindset, better equipped to handle life's challenges. 7. Inner strength. Finding happiness within. Happiness is found within, and external circumstances shouldn't dictate one's inner state. This Stoic belief emphasizes that true contentment comes from within, rather than from external achievements or possessions. Take Anna, who initially sought happiness through material success. Despite achieving her career goals and acquiring wealth, she felt unfulfilled. Realizing this, Anna began exploring mindfulness and self-reflection. She discovered that true happiness stemmed from inner peace and self-acceptance. By focusing on her inner state rather than external validation, Anna cultivated a lasting sense of contentment. Developing inner strength involves recognizing that we have control over our attitudes and reactions. By practicing self-awareness and self-compassion, we can find happiness regardless of our external circumstances. This inner resilience allows us to navigate life's ups and downs with a stable and positive outlook. 8. Emotional regulation, maintaining a stable mental state. Regulating emotions through rational thinking and self-control is key to maintaining a stable and positive mental state. Stoic philosophy teaches that our thoughts, not external events, shape our emotions. By managing our thoughts, we can maintain emotional equilibrium. For instance, Alex faced a stressful situation at work when a major project went wrong. Instead of reacting impulsively, he took a step back to analyze the situation rationally. He identified the aspects he could control and developed a plan to address them. By focusing on rational solutions rather than succumbing to panic, Alex managed to resolve the issue effectively and maintain his composure. Practicing emotional regulation involves techniques such as cognitive reframing, deep breathing, and mindfulness. These methods help us pause and assess our reactions, allowing us to respond calmly and constructively. By developing these skills, we can enhance our emotional resilience and handle stress more effectively. 9. Gratitude and contentment, embracing simple pleasures. Cultivating gratitude for what one has and finding contentment in simple pleasures combats feelings of inadequacy and dissatisfaction. Stoic philosophers like Epictetus emphasize the importance of appreciating what we have rather than constantly seeking more. Maria, for example, found herself constantly comparing her life to others on social media, which led to feelings of inadequacy. To counter this, she started a gratitude journal, listing 3 things she was thankful for each day. This practice shifted her focus from what she lacked to what she already had. Over time, Maria developed a deeper appreciation for the simple pleasures in her life, such as spending time with loved ones and enjoying nature. Gratitude practices can significantly improve our mental well-being by fostering a sense of contentment and reducing negative comparisons. By regularly reflecting on the positive aspects of our lives, we can cultivate a more positive and fulfilling outlook. 10. Resilience and endurance, overcoming life's challenges. Building mental and emotional resilience helps endure and overcome life's challenges with strength and dignity. Stoic philosophy teaches that resilience is developed through facing adversity and learning from it. Consider Jack, who experienced a significant personal loss. Instead of allowing grief to overwhelm him, he sought ways to honor his loved one's memory and find meaning in his experience. He joined a support group, which provided him with a community and coping strategies. Through this process, Jack developed a profound resilience that enabled him to navigate his grief with strength and grace. Developing resilience involves embracing challenges as opportunities for growth. Practices such as setting realistic goals, maintaining a support network, and practicing self-care can enhance our ability to cope with difficulties. By building resilience, we can face life's inevitable challenges with a sense of strength and purpose. 11. Mindfulness and presence, reducing anxiety and depression. Being present in the moment and focusing on the task at hand reduces anxiety and depression. Mindfulness, a practice rooted in Stoic principles, encourages us to fully engage with our current experience rather than dwelling on past regrets or future worries. Lisa, for instance, struggled with anxiety that often left her feeling overwhelmed. She decided to incorporate mindfulness into her daily routine, starting with simple breathing exercises and mindful walking. By paying attention to her breath and the sensations around her, Lisa found that her anxiety levels decreased. She became more focused and present in her activities, which significantly improved her overall well-being. Mindfulness practices such as meditation, mindful eating, and body scan exercises can help us stay grounded and reduce mental clutter. By cultivating mindfulness, we can develop a greater sense of calm and clarity, enhancing our ability to cope with stress and enjoy the present moment. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of how to overcome depression through the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. By applying the principles of Stoic philosophy, you can find strength and clarity even in the darkest moments. Remember, overcoming depression is a journey, not a destination. Embrace the practices we've discussed, reflecting on your thoughts, focusing on what you can control, and finding purpose in each day. These strategies can help you build resilience and cultivate inner peace, just as they did for Marcus Aurelius. If you found this video helpful, please like, share, and subscribe to Wiser for more insights on living a fulfilled and resilient life. And if you have any thoughts or experiences to share, leave a comment below. We'd love to hear from you. Stay strong, stay wise, and remember, the power to overcome your challenges lies within you. Until next time, take care and keep growing.
Feeling unloved. Discover what it truly means and how to overcome it. In the intricate tapestry of human existence, love is a thread that weaves through every aspect of our lives. It is the foundation upon which we build our connections, our self-worth, and our understanding of the world. Yet there are times when love seems to elude us, leaving us feeling isolated and incomplete. This absence of love is more than just an emotional void. It is a powerful indicator that reveals deeper truths about ourselves and our lives. In this video, we will explore the profound implications of a lack of love. We will delve into the signs that indicate love's absence, reflect on how it affects our self-esteem and mental health, and examine the impact it has on our relationships. Through the lens of Stoic wisdom, particularly the teachings of Seneca, we will uncover how embracing solitude and focusing on self-improvement can transform this lack into a powerful opportunity for growth. Part 2. Reflection on self-worth. Part 1. Understanding the lack of love. To understand the absence of love, we must first define what love truly encompasses. Love is a multifaceted emotion, manifesting in various forms such as romantic love, familial love, friendship, and, most crucially, self-love. Each form of love plays a vital role in our lives, offering support, connection, and a sense of belonging. When one or more of these forms is absent, it can significantly impact our emotional well-being. Identifying the absence of love in your life involves a keen sense of self-awareness. Do you feel disconnected from those around you? Are you constantly seeking validation and approval from others? Do you struggle with feelings of unworthiness or inadequacy? These are all potential indicators that you may be experiencing a lack of love. It's important to recognize that these feelings are not uncommon, and acknowledging them is the first step towards addressing the underlying issues. A vivid example can be found in the story of Jane, a successful professional who seemed to have everything she needed. Despite her achievements, Jane felt a profound emptiness and a persistent sense of loneliness. She realized that her relationships were superficial, driven by external validation rather than genuine connection. This lack of authentic love led Jane to a critical self-reflection, where she discovered that her self-esteem was heavily reliant on the opinions of others. Drawing from Stoic philosophy,
Seneca's teachings emphasize the importance of inner worth and self-contentment. According to Seneca, true contentment comes from within, not from external sources. This principle underscores the need to cultivate self-love and inner strength, as these are the foundations of genuine happiness and fulfillment. Understanding the lack of love requires us to look inward and assess our own lives. It's a call to action, to evaluate our relationships and the role love plays within them. By doing so, we can begin to address the root causes of our feelings of emptiness and take steps towards a more fulfilling and love-filled life. Part 2. Reflection on self-worth. The absence of love often mirrors deeper issues related to our self-esteem and self-worth. When we feel unloved, it can be a reflection of how we perceive ourselves and our intrinsic value. This connection between external love and internal self-worth is a pivotal insight that requires introspection and understanding. Self-esteem is the foundation of how we view ourselves and our place in the world. It shapes our interactions, our decisions, and our overall outlook on life. When we lack self-love, it becomes challenging to accept love from others genuinely. This can create a vicious cycle where our need for external validation overshadows our ability to cultivate and appreciate our own self-worth. Consider the story of Mark, a young professional who excelled in his career but constantly felt inadequate in his personal life. Despite his professional achievements, Mark struggled with the feelings of insecurity and unworthiness. His relationships were characterized by a constant need for approval and reassurance. It wasn't until Mark began to reflect on his own self-esteem issues that he realized his lack of self-love was driving his need for external validation. By addressing his self-esteem, Mark started to build healthier, more fulfilling relationships based on mutual respect and genuine connection. Stoic philosophy, particularly Seneca's teachings, provides valuable insights into this issue. Seneca emphasized that true contentment and self-worth come from within. According to him, we should not rely on external sources for our happiness and sense of self. Instead, we should cultivate an inner resilience and self-appreciation that is independent of others' opinions and actions. This inner strength allows us to navigate the world with confidence and peace, regardless of external circumstances. Reflecting on self-worth means examining our beliefs about ourselves and challenging the negative perceptions that undermine our confidence. It involves practicing self-compassion, recognizing our strengths, and understanding that our value is not determined by others, but by our own intrinsic qualities. By fostering a healthy sense of self-worth, we can break the cycle of dependency on external validation and begin to attract and accept genuine love into our lives. Ultimately, the lack of love can serve as a powerful mirror, reflecting our internal struggles with self-esteem. By addressing these issues and embracing the wisdom of self-worth, we can transform our lives and relationships, creating a foundation of love that begins within and extends outward. Part 3. Impact on mental health. The absence of love can have profound effects on our mental health. When we feel unloved, it often manifests as anxiety, depression, and a host of other emotional challenges. These feelings are not just fleeting moments of sadness. They are deep-seated issues that can significantly impact our overall well-being. Anxiety, for example, can stem from the constant fear of rejection and the need for validation. Without a sense of love and support, we might find ourselves in a perpetual state of worry, questioning our worth and fearing abandonment. Depression, on the other hand, often follows the realization that we are not receiving the love and connection we crave. This can lead to feelings of hopelessness and despair, making it difficult to find joy in everyday life. Consider the case of Sarah, who always felt like an outsider in her family. Despite her achievements and efforts to connect, she never felt truly loved or appreciated. This lack of familial love led Sarah into a deep depression, where she questioned her worth and purpose. It wasn't until Sarah sought therapy and began addressing her mental health that she could see the patterns in her relationships and work towards healing. Stoic philosophy offers valuable tools for dealing with these emotional challenges. Seneca advised focusing on what is within our control and accepting what is not. This approach helps us manage our emotional responses and maintain inner peace, even in the face of external difficulties. By practicing mindfulness and cultivating resilience, we can better cope with the emotional impacts of feeling unloved. Understanding the impact of a lack of love on mental health underscores the importance of seeking help and support. Therapy, self-help strategies, and building a network of supportive relationships are crucial steps toward healing. By addressing the emotional toll of feeling unloved, we can begin to rebuild our mental health and create a more stable, fulfilling life. Part 4. Evaluating relationships. A lack of love often signals deeper issues within our relationships. Toxic relationships can exacerbate feelings of unworthiness and isolation. Identifying and addressing these unhealthy dynamics is essential for emotional well-being and personal growth. Toxic relationships are characterized by manipulation, control, and a lack of mutual respect. These relationships drain our emotional energy and reinforce negative self-perceptions. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship, such as constant criticism, lack of support, and emotional manipulation, is the first step toward breaking free from its harmful effects. Take the example of David, who was in a long-term relationship with a partner who constantly belittled him and undermined his confidence. Over time, David's self-esteem eroded, and he began to believe he was unworthy of love and respect. By recognizing the toxicity of his relationship and choosing to leave, David embarked on a journey of self-discovery and healing. He learned to set healthy boundaries and surround himself with people who valued and respected him. Seneca's wisdom teaches us the importance of choosing our companions wisely. According to Stoic principles, we should surround ourselves with individuals who uplift and inspire us, rather than those who bring us down. Setting healthy boundaries and recognizing red flags are crucial steps in fostering positive, supportive relationships. Evaluating our relationships involves honest self-reflection and courage. It means acknowledging when a relationship is detrimental to our well-being and taking steps to change it. By prioritizing our emotional health and seeking relationships built on mutual respect and genuine care, we can create a supportive environment that nurtures love and self-worth. Part 5. Self-improvement and growth. The absence of love presents a unique opportunity for self-improvement and personal growth. Instead of viewing it as a deficit, we can reframe it as a catalyst for positive change and self-discovery. Self-love practices are essential for building a strong foundation of self-worth. These practices include self-care routines, positive affirmations, and setting personal goals. By taking time to nurture ourselves, we cultivate a sense of inner peace and confidence that is not dependent on external validation. Consider the story of Emily, who, after a series of failed relationships, decided to focus on herself. She began a journey of self-improvement, taking up new hobbies, setting career goals, and practicing mindfulness. Through this process, Emily discovered her passions and built a strong sense of self-worth. When she eventually entered a new relationship, it was based on mutual respect and shared values, rather than a need for validation. Stoic philosophy encourages us to focus on what we can control: our actions, our thoughts, and our responses. By embracing this mindset, we can take proactive steps toward self-improvement. Whether it's through learning new skills, setting personal goals, or practicing gratitude, each step we take towards self-improvement strengthens our sense of self-love and worth. Personal development is a continuous journey. By committing to self-improvement, we not only enhance our own lives, but also attract healthier, more fulfilling relationships. As we grow and evolve, we create a life that reflects our true values and desires. Part 6. Embracing solitude. In our quest for love and connection, we often overlook the value of solitude. Embracing solitude can be a powerful tool for self-discovery and personal growth. It provides us with the space to reflect, recharge, and cultivate a deeper understanding of ourselves. Solitude is not about being lonely. It's about finding peace and contentment within ourselves. It allows us to disconnect from external distractions and focus on our inner world. This introspective time is essential for personal growth and self-awareness. Think of John, who, after a painful breakup, decided to spend time alone rather than jumping into another relationship. During this period of solitude, John practiced meditation, journaling, and self-reflection. He discovered his passions, set new goals, and built a strong sense of self-worth. When he was ready to enter a new relationship, it was from a place of confidence and self-assurance. Stoic practices such as mindfulness and meditation can help us embrace and benefit from solitude. By focusing on the present moment and cultivating a sense of inner peace, we can find strength and clarity in being alone. This inner tranquility allows us to approach life's challenges with resilience and composure. Embracing solitude means making time for ourselves and valuing our own company. It's about recognizing that our worth is not defined by our relationships but by our own intrinsic qualities. By finding contentment within ourselves, we can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and confidence. In conclusion, the lack of love can be a profound indicator of deeper issues within ourselves and our lives. By understanding and addressing these issues, we can transform this absence into an opportunity for growth and self-discovery. Reflecting on our self-worth, evaluating our relationships, and embracing solitude are essential steps in this journey. As we navigate this path, let us draw upon the wisdom of Stoic philosophy to cultivate inner strength and resilience. By focusing on what we can control and finding contentment within ourselves, we can create a life that is rich in love and fulfillment. Remember, the journey of self-discovery and growth is continuous. Each step we take brings us closer to a deeper understanding of ourselves and a more fulfilling life. Let us embrace this journey with courage and wisdom, turning the lack of love into a catalyst for profound personal transformation.